So good afternoon, Chair Tammy Altaveros. This is Jess McNeely with Community Development staff. And it looks like we've got 21 people on the meeting so far. I believe I have counted up 6 P&Z commissioners. So I believe we are there on a quorum.
Hey, Jess, this is
Yeah.
Tiana. I'm on the phone with Tammy right now. She's having technical difficulties with her microphone.
Okay. All right. We'll wait for her. It's
Okay.
4:29. We'll wait for her till she's ready to start the study session.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to help her work out the bugs.
Thank you.
Melissa, while we're waiting, this is Sat. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Did you get my email about the Conservation Study Forum meeting on the 3rd Thursday?
Yes, and I did see Sarah responded to you.
Pardon me?
Yes, I saw that, and I did see that Sarah Dector responded.
Can you make it as well?
I believe I can. What was that date again? It is on September. I think it's already on my calendar.
The 3rd Thursday,
It's
the 16th at 3 p.m.
yes, that's a Thursday. Is that will that be virtual?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
So good afternoon for everyone who is on this meeting. It is now 4:30, and welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission study session for August 25th. I believe our chair, the Planning and Zoning Commission chair, Tammy Altaveros, is having some technical difficulties. She's getting a little help from one of our other commissioners, Commissioner Burton. So between Commissioner Burton and Chair Altaveros, so Commissioner Burton and Chair Altaveros, when you guys are ready, we can start the study session. While we're waiting for Chair Altaveros to join us, I'll just let everyone know staff and planning and zoning commissioners typically understand the process for study session. For all other members of the public who've joined us for the Planning and Zoning Commission study session, this meeting is open to the public. It does not have a public input component for the study session. The study session is simply to let the Planning and Zoning Commissioners know what will be on their official public hearing agenda the following month in September, and just to give them some updates on other community development department initiatives and operations. So public are certainly welcome to listen in and observe, but the commissioners will not be asking for public input on the study session items. The exception could be if we have an applicant for one of the study session items, and if the commissioners have any specific questions that they would like to ask those applicants. So let's see, do we have Chair Ontiveros with us yet?
No,
Showing
not yet.
Okay. So Commissioner Burton, did she get some of her issues worked out?
Jess, Dirk Foreman at Highlands Fire.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Dirk.
Hey, and I know there's not really public comment, but if there's an opportunity, I would like to introduce Chief Todd Miller to the commission, since, I'm retiring at the end of September. He'll be taking over for me.
Sure.
So just
Sure.
if there's an opportunity for that.
Absolutely, we can do that. Dirk, we run through the items for next month's hearing, and then we do talk about a little bit about kind of our internal staff operations. And when we jump into that, we can have you introduce your new fire chief.
I appreciate that. And I do know we've got a case on there for Flagstaff Ranch as well.
Yep.
I think number 2 for study
Yeah.
session.
Mm-hmm.
So we're here for that as well.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks
Thank
for
you.
being here for that one.
You bet. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
We're gonna miss you.
I'm gonna miss you guys.
Yeah.
I won't be far. I will not be far away.
Okay.
Okay, I am still not seeing Chair Ontiveros with us. Commissioner Burton, any status update on
Jess,
Sean? Yeah.
this is Vice Chair Don Walters, and I'm going to run the study session. I
Okay,
have run this by Tammy, and so we'll go ahead and start the study session, and she'll join us as much as you can.
perfect. Thank you, Vice Chair Walters. All right, so again, commissioners and all of our fellow staff, including some fire staff and members of the public, welcome to the study session for August 25th. We have an agenda that the Planning and Zoning Commissioners have in their possession. Likewise, our agenda is posted on our website. So we will first.
I actually think I'm good to go.
We will first be jumping
see. Hold on.
into the items.
Okay, can
for
you hear me?
So Chair Ontiveros, this is Jess McNeely with Community Development Staff. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right, I'm back. Thank you, Tiana.
Absolutely. So Chair Ontiveros, Vice Chair Walters just jumped in and we were kicking off the study session. You haven't missed anything, just the introduction. So
All
if
right.
it's okay with you, Chair Ontiveros, we will go right into our public hearing items for a quick discussion. The public hearing items that'll be before you on September 29th next month.
Yes, please do. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So commissioners, case number 1 for next month is CUP 19-41. That's a request for an extension of a conditional use permit. This would be the Chevron Butte wind project that I'm sure you all remember. Bob is going to be managing this case. And very simply, the applicant here has not pulled building permits as they were required to do by the conditional use permit within 2 years, or they can get an extension granted by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that is what they're requesting. So Bob, if you had anything that you wanted to add to that, go ahead. Bob, there you go.
Not really. That's basically it. There's actually a condition in there that said you had to have your building permits within 2 years. Excuse me, the applicant hasn't been able to actually find a buyer for the power. So they haven't moved forward yet on it, but they would like an extension. They do believe that a buyer will come forward at some point and they can go ahead and complete this project. Any
thanks.
questions from the commission?
All right, Bob, hearing none. So commissioners, unless there's any questions about the extension for the Chevron Butte wind farm conditional use permit, we'll jump to number 2. That would be the one that we were just talking to Chief Dirk Foreman about. That would be zone change 2102. It's a request for a change of zoning regulations in the Flagstaff Ranch PRD as related to their fire mitigation plan. So go ahead, Bob.
Okay,
Okay.
Mr. McNeely and Mr. Short, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Chair Ontiveros. I will be recusing myself from this case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this is, when Flagstaff Ranch Golf Club first had the zone change in subdivision back, it was actually in 2001. They had condition number 22. It was changed again in 2002. So this relates to Ordinance 2002-14 and a change of conditions. What that condition was a fire mitigation plan. And the reason for the fire mitigation plan at that time, part of it was that they're in a heavily forested area, lots of forests. It hadn't developed very far, so they had these fire mitigation standards. And at this point, it has developed. It's a little bit less woody out there, and they would like to change those fire mitigation standards. And because it was part of the zone change process, they have to do that through also as a change of zoning regulations. The main one, I think, and as we know, Dirk Foreman is here, he can correct me, but it looks like the main one may be that the fire district had to review all of the single family building permits. So every single family building permit that came through, the fire district was supposed to review that. And that became quite tedious, as you can imagine. So that's one of the things that would be pulled off. But they do have a set of, they do have a new fire mitigation, some new fire mitigation standards that they would be adopting as a change of that condition from that ordinance. Any questions on that?
If there's no questions from any of the commissioners, and please pipe up if anyone has one. Otherwise, certainly since Chief Foreman's with us, if you wanted to add anything to what Bob just explained for what the commission will be hearing next month.
There we go. Yeah, thanks, Jess. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the commission, Dirk Foreman, Fire Chief at Highlands Fire, and also Fire Chief for Flagstaff Ranch Fire District. You know, Bob is correct on the point of removing those fire mitigation standards and the plan review. Plan reviews are all done by the county at this point, and there's some conflicting language, in my opinion, within the zoning ordinance as it's written. There's also a strong point in there that says that the Flagstaff Ranch Fire District is to build a fire station at Flagstaff Ranch, which we feel is impractical and unnecessary, seeing our automatic aid agreement with the city of Flagstaff and Station 1 on Thompson being about 3 minutes and 40 seconds away. We just feel that as Bob stated, back when Flagstaff Ranch was first developed, it was truly a very rural area outside of the city limits and outside of any fire protection. They have that now. County reviews all their plans for building. They are a fire-wise community. They've had their forested areas treated to a Firewise standard. We just feel that they've matured beyond the necessity for those particular conditions to be in that zoning. So we're just asking for that change to kind of bring us into the modern era, so to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Dirk. Commissioners, any comments or questions of Dirk or of our staff on item number 2?
Madam Chair or Jess, if Dirk has his successor there, should we just hear from him for a second and let Dirk go?
Sure, yeah, absolutely, we can do that. So Chief Foreman, if you have your successor with us, please feel free to introduce him.
Well, I'm hoping Todd Miller's on the line. We had coordinated this earlier today.
I see a Todd Miller.
Okay, he's there. Madam
Okay.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the commission, it is with great pleasure that I'm going to announce to you my retirement. I'll be retiring on September 30th. Highlands Fire has enjoyed a long relationship with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we would like to continue that. So in turn, I'd like to introduce to you my current deputy chief, Todd Miller, who will be succeeding me in the position of fire chief at the Highlands Fire District. And Todd, if you have a word or two, that would be good.
Good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here. Thanks for the introduction, Chief. And look forward to meeting all of you, hopefully in person when conditions permit, and working with you here in the future. And unless there's any questions for me, I'll keep it brief. That's all I have for now, but thank you.
Welcome aboard, Todd.
Todd is one of our veteran members, and he'll do a good job running the fire district, and he'll do a good job working with planning and zoning. I greatly appreciate everything you folks have done for me and for our fire district. And I too was looking forward to seeing you in person one more time, but as the world situation is, we're not able to do that. So hopefully in the future, I'll just pop into a meeting just to say hi. Thank you.
Mr. Foreman, this is Chair Ontiveros. Congratulations and best in your retirement. Thank you for your time and your service to this community.
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. A 35-year career, and it's been a blast.
Thanks, Dirk. So
and with that, I'll sign off unless you have anything else for me.
no, but certainly next month, I'm sure having your predecessor or your successor rather, Todd, join us for this item next month will be great.
Absolutely, and that's the day before I retire, so I'm planning on stepping in as well. So we'll be there.
Okay, thanks, Dirk. We'll miss you.
All right, you too, Jess. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, if there's no other questions on item number 2, we'll move on to item number 3. That is CUP 2146. It's a conditional use permit request for RV as a permanent residence in the Ash Fork area. And Kelly with our planning staff will be managing this one. So Kelly, if you want to share your screen and let the P&Z Commission know what they'll be seeing next month.
Thank you, Jess. Hello, Commission. CUP 2146 is a request to use an RV as a permanent residence out in Ash Fork. Our applicant is Tim Chinock, and you can see a map here. This is a 2.27 acre parcel, relatively rural area. But does the Commission have any questions on this case?
What is this? This is Vice Chair Walters. What's the zoning in that area?
Hi, Vice Chair Walters. This is in the AR zone, the agricultural residential. There's a minimum of 1 acre.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Kelly on CUP 2146? All right, thanks, Kelly. If not, we'll move on to case number 4, CUP 2152. That's a request for a conditional use permit for an occupational therapy clinic using equine therapy. So this is both a cottage industry and an equestrian facility, both listed as conditional use permits in the AR agricultural residential zone. And this is in the Timberline Fernwood area. Thanks for sharing your screen, Zach, and go ahead and explain it to the commission.
Okay, commissioners, this is Zach Schwartz, planning staff. What we're looking at here, as Jess said, is a cottage industry and equestrian facility. So those are 2 different conditional uses that we'll be looking at under one conditional use permit. The use is related to psychotherapy. So there's equine therapy and occupational therapy. Up here on the screen, you can see, so we're in Fernwood Estates and adjacent to Coconino National Forest. There's a home on the property, a barn, and some stables here. And the applicant's narrative didn't include exact hours of operation, just noting that daylight hours would be when the uses are conducted. And there, in the narrative also, there wasn't a discussion of the expected number of clients, but I think I remember from the pre-application meeting that it was pretty few. So it shouldn't be that much of an impact or an issue. And I think it'll be a fairly straightforward case. But I think all the equine therapy would happen in this area here. And the existing barn would be converted in order to handle the occupational therapy. Definitely manure management will be something that we'll look at. But other than that, I think it's fairly straightforward. And if the commissioners have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, thanks, Zach. If there's no questions from the commission on CUP 2152, we'll go on to case number 5. That is CUP 2156, a conditional use permit request for a water transport business. So this will be both a cottage industry for the business and a conditional use permit for the parking and storage of a commercial vehicle. And this is also an Ash Fork. So just being efficient geographically, Kelly is taking this one as well. And thanks for sharing your screen, Kelly. Go ahead and let the commission know what they'll be seeing next month.
Thank you, Jess. This parcel is 1 acre. The one that we are looking at today is this pizza slice shape right in the middle. You can see it's relatively close to this road here, where we have some commercial zoning near AA Ranch. So it's relatively close to AA Ranch. As Jess mentioned, this is both for the cottage industry and for storage of 1 commercial vehicle. They'll only have 1 truck. Their hours are going to be 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and then a half day on Saturday. They don't have any employees. Their office will be in their home. And they're going to drive to a well in Ash Fork. So there's no on-site water being used for this. But that's about it. Is there any questions?
Yeah, Kelly, I've got a question for you. Do you know what the gross vehicle weight of the vehicle is?
Oh, that's a great question. They do have a truck, and I could look that up for you relatively quickly here.
Actually, just the volume of the tank on the truck, a lot of them are around 3,000 gallons, but I was just curious, especially with a 1 acre lot.
Let me see. I'm not seeing this in their submittals as I expected, so I'll be in touch with the applicant, make sure to make that clear in your staff report.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Are there any other questions from the commission on this one?
Okay, thanks, Kelly. If there's no questions from the commissioners on your 5 public hearing items for next month in September, now take you on your study session agenda to the list of applications that are eligible for administrative renewal. We've got 5.
Mr. McNeely, this is Chair Ontiveros. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've got to recuse myself again tonight on case number 1.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So would any of the other planning and zoning commissioners have questions on case number 1 or any of the 5 listed here?
Yes, this is Commissioner Best. Number 4, number 5. Number 4 is a girls' camp near Stoneman Lake. It's fairly isolated. We've had a lot of contacts with camps in the last 15 months, pretty much one a month. And we have developed quite a list of conditions. And I guess the same actually applies to the RV park, number 5. The girls' camp would also have some health and safety issues. And so my first question is, has staff been out there to make sure that current conditions are being followed? And are there any, has staff taken a look and made sure that there are no health and safety issues in particular that should be followed that aren't on the conditions?
So, Commissioner Best, to answer your question, staff has not been out to these 2 sites yet. Part of our administrative renewal process is posting the site and inspecting the site and inspecting it for compliance with the existing conditions. So that would be the existing conditions as the conditional use permit was permitted. So we can certainly we will certainly do that. And if the conditional use permit is out of compliance or if it wants to expand, of course, it'll come back to you all for public hearing. If any of the health department permitting health and safety things have changed, the applicant will be required to retain that same health permit through the health department, much the same way a restaurant would have to keep its health permit updated with the health department. So I don't know if that helps answer any of your questions or concerns.
Well, I don't know that we have a real formal process for this, but I think let's start with the girls' camp. I think it would be good for staff to go out and take a look. And so this is what, 8 years old or so? Just take a look and make sure that existing conditions are being followed, and in particular in relation to health and safety, if there's anything that stands out. I don't necessarily want to push this to a full CUP hearing, but on the other hand, with children involved, I think it's a good idea to really take a sharp look. And if it requires a hearing to do that, then I would say let's do it. So let's just stick with 4. And then I'll comment on 5 if you want to respond, comment on 4.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And thank you for the recommendation. We can certainly take that under, we can take that advice, Commissioner Best, and make sure we always confirm that the conditions are being followed, but we can certainly look hard at the health and safety ones, and we could certainly check back with our contacts at the health department. Hugh Murray has traditionally done all of this permitting with campgrounds, although I believe he's retiring as well. So we can confirm with them that health and safety requirements and their required permit with the health department is being maintained as well.
And the other issue, of course, that we dealt with so much with campgrounds is forest impact. So I guess what I'm asking is somebody please go out there and look around and make sure that it's appropriate just to give them another 10 years or whatever.
Absolutely.
If we can't do that, then I would say, let's do a CUP. Let's have it here.
Okay.
And I would say with the RV park, I would like to have a hearing on that one because I've got a list here of 15 conditions that we've come up with over the last 15 months. And we all kind of know what they are because we work so hard in these campgrounds. But I think that this RV park and really any RV park that comes up should be analyzed and the new conditions applied as appropriate.
Okay. Sure, we can certainly take a look at that one, Commissioner Best. We will have to follow our ordinance, and we can certainly consult with our legal staff as well in if a conditional use permit is in compliance and is eligible for administrative renewal, we have to go through administrative renewal. In this case, the RV park for item 5 CUP 2158 is in CG 10,000. It's in commercial general zoning. So the only reason it has to maintain a conditional use permit is because it abuts residential zoning. So it's an impact on the residential zoning. It's the fact that it abuts residential zoning that requires maintain a conditional use permit. Otherwise, the use would just be permitted by right, but then have to follow zoning ordinance performance standards in the commercial zone.
Okay, well, I've expressed what I would like to see happen, so I'll leave that up to you and
Sure.
council. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can certainly confer with our county attorney's office staff on what's possible here.
And I think I'll probably have the same comment on any campground that comes up that we haven't seen in the last year. So I mean, I think we've developed these conditions, some of them relatively recently. So some campgrounds and RV parks that we passed just a year or 14 months ago, I would add a few conditions to because we've come up with some good relevant conditions.
Absolutely. All right. And actually the update, when this one was originally approved in 2013, the zoning ordinance didn't have all of the current performance standards for campgrounds and RV parks. So that would be another thing to look at as well.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hey, Jess, just one quick addition. It's actually in the Blue Ridge area, not 2 miles northeast of Stoneman Lake.
Oh.
I remember going out there for that case 2013. So just to eliminate any confusion for people.
All right.
Now this is in the one that we were just talking about, CUP 21058 is in Forest Lakes. I think. It's just at Stoneman Lake Road. That's a little confusing, but I think it's actually in Forest Lakes, right on 260.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, that's the address is right on 260.
Yeah, it actually says 2 miles northeast of Stoneman Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I did a double take on that one.
Okay, so that's we can certainly fix that geographic description to get it more accurate.
Yeah, Commissioner Best, that's a typo. Sorry about that.
Okay. Bob, did you catch all those comments there from Commissioner Best and Commissioner Ruggles?
Yes, I did. And Commissioner Best, it looks like the Arizona Rainbow Girls Foundation, this camp has been there since 1978, so it's got quite a history. I will be going out there within the next week or two, probably next week, to take a look at it. I'll be doing this whole loop by the Rainbow Girls Camp and then down to the Mogollon RV Park to check on their conditions, to see, to do an inspection to see that everything is in order before it gets approved administratively.
Well, let me know when you're going and maybe I'll go with you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for helping out with that. Commissioners, any more questions or comments on the 5 conditional use permits listed for administrative renewal?
Because of the significant change.
All right. I'm still hearing somebody as well. So just a reminder for anyone on this meeting, if you're not muted, please check your device and mute yourself to help with our audio quality for the meeting here. Okay. Well, Chair Ontiveros, if there's no other questions on the administrative renewals, we will jump into our community development department update here.
Yes, sounds good.
So item 1, as we mentioned verbally last month, we now have it in black and white on print. Our department's very happy to have hired Mark Cento as our compliance manager. As many of you know, especially Commissioner Ruggles, Mark formerly served as a City of Flagstaff code enforcement officer, and he served as the joint city-county dark sky specialist. So he will be continuing supporting in that role as well. And as the compliance manager with the county, there is one code enforcement officer position, so another code enforcement position available that we will be recruiting for. So he definitely has his hands full, jumping into a position that's been vacant for quite some time. But we're very happy to have him on board, and we do anticipate he will be continuing to assist all of our staff with lighting permits and anything that has a dark sky component to it. Item 2 here. As we mentioned last month, day after tomorrow is my last day with the county, and I am very grateful, appreciative of the experience that I've had here at the county, and certainly with all of you planning and zoning commissioners. And the growth opportunity and learning has been wonderful. And I will start with the city of Sedona next Monday. So still a part of the region, and I consider it part of the team. But I'm sure I'll be coming to many of you for questions, possibly to Commissioner Best on weed and invasive species mitigation issues, and to Commissioner Ruggles for lighting advice. But plan on maintaining a relationship, the wonderful relationship I've had with all of you guys, and I will certainly miss you, and the rest of our staff team as well. Item 3 here has been our ongoing for over a year now, discussion about COVID. As most of you all know, the county moved back to requiring masks in county buildings. And as Deputy County Manager Andriani let you know last month, the county is in the process of updating the board chambers and some of the other facilities around the county's footprint to enable hybrid meetings, to where we could move into in-person meetings and still have the meeting available online to people who for whatever reason maybe couldn't safely come to an in-person meeting. So any questions on that issue?
Mr. McNeely, this is Chair Ontiveros. Do you know, I do know that we were told that there were some supply issues in getting the technology updated. Do you know if that is being cleared up and that's still moving forward? Because I believe we were told that was going to take about 3 months. So would it be safe to assume that not tonight, but 2 more months of not meeting in person, that we would begin meeting in person, like maybe in October, November?
Mm-hmm. So, Chair Ontiveros, as far as I know, the supply chain issues with the hardware to hold hybrid meetings is still the same. So yes, I would anticipate that October would be the earliest that we could anticipate that type of meeting, a hybrid meeting. We can certainly check back with IT and with county management just to confirm that for next month.
Okay, yeah, if you could, just keep us updated on what they're thinking.
Okay.
So we can kind of know and ask questions accordingly. Thank you, Mr. McNeely.
Thank you. Were there any other questions or comments from commissioners on that item 3, regarding county COVID-19 public meeting processes? All right, we're moving on. So if commissioners, you look at your agenda under your department update, items 4, 5, 6, and 7 are really standing items on your agendas that are all of our long-range planning initiatives. So item 4, the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan, I'm happy to announce, has completed drafting of their goals and policies, and they are scheduling an open house in September. Still trying to work out the details of how that open house would work. Having 2 of those committee members on our commission here with us this evening, I was wondering if they had any comments, or if Melissa could offer anything on the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan update for the commission. Okay, well, looking forward to getting that done, and it'll be our first area plan process completed primarily during COVID era.
Jess, excuse me, this is Melissa.
Yeah, go ahead, Melissa. Did you have
Hi.
anything else you wanted to add on the DPTF?
Oh, sure. Just quick, and good evening, commissioners. Just to let you know, the open house date has been selected as September 28th. And right now we are looking at having an in-person open house out at Cromer Elementary School from 6 to 8 p.m. Also with a digital open house option available.
Thanks, Melissa. Commissioners, any questions of Melissa? Okay, if not, the next long-range planning initiative that we like leaving on here because it gets public airplay, so to speak, and we've had good feedback from that, from having this on here, is the Route 66 Brownfields EPA grant. So that is still an ongoing initiative that the county's working with, and we like keeping that item on your long-range planning agenda so that members of the public hear about it and then often ask questions and get involved with it. So any questions or issues or anything, Melissa, you'd like to add on the Route 66 Brownfields EPA grant?
Only to remind anyone listening in that if there are any properties that people think may be eligible, there are funds available and a fairly straightforward application to submit in order to find out if a property would be eligible for those funds. So just contact me if you've got additional questions. We're happy to help.
Okay, item 6 here is just a reminder that we continue to work with the city of Flagstaff on the Flagstaff Regional Plan update. And thanks to those of the commissioners who participated in the joint City-County Planning and Zoning Commission study session on August 11th. So any feedback from that study session, now that you've had a couple weeks to think about it, or any comments on the regional plan update? And same, Melissa, if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yes, this is Melissa. Just to thank the commissioners who were involved in that study session. They gave us some great feedback.
Good, thanks. If there's no questions or comments on the regional plan update, the last long-range planning initiative on here would be our update to the Renewable Energy Ordinance. And we all know how timely that's becoming. We did have a scheduled work session with the Board of Supervisors on August 10th. We were able to do a work session with the Board of Supervisors on that date regarding permitting processes and public hearing processes. We did not get to their Renewable Energy Ordinance work session. So We are currently trying to get that rescheduled as soon as possible, so that we can get input, and just give update to the Board of Supervisors to move forward with the renewable energy ordinance. So if any of the commissioners happen to be talking to, having chats with your appointing supervisors, or any of the supervisors for that matter, please put in a plug for doing a work session on their renewable energy ordinance update, so that we can move forward with that. Any questions or comments on the REO, the renewable energy ordinance? And Melissa, saying if there's anything that you wanted to let the commissioners know about the renewable energy ordinance process.
Just that for those of you that are on the advisory group, we'll be scheduling a next meeting in the next several weeks.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. If there's no other questions or comments on the department update, Chair Ontiveros, we can move on to the Board of Supervisors update.
Yes, please continue.
Okay, so as I just mentioned a second ago, on August 10th, we did a work session with the board on development permitting processes and the public hearing process. We did about an hour-long work session with the board on those items, but we postponed their renewable energy ordinance work session. So we are working to get that rescheduled. On September 14th, the board will hold a public hearing on sub 2110. That would be the Walnut Creek Meadows preliminary plat. At the same hearing, we anticipate they will hear an appeal of CUP 2139. That is the Parks RV Park. And on October 12th, the board will hear ZC, that's zone change 2104, and SUB sub 2107. That is the Shadow Mountain Wells zone change and preliminary plat in Belmont that you all heard last month. So any questions or comments on board activities? All right. Well, that would take us, Chair Ontiveros, to your commission and staff roundtable. We did want to put in print here on your agenda and certainly mention that we were very proud to have nominated John Ruggles as one of our planning and zoning commissioners for the Arizona chapter of the APA Citizen Planner of the Year Award, which he won. Several of us got to see the video that was submitted and shown at that awards ceremony. So wanted to let you all know that, and again, congratulate John Ruggles as being the state of Arizona Citizen Planner of the Year.
Just one comment on that, Jess. I really think that award doesn't just belong to me, but the rest of the commission as well. Don't think I would have got there without annoying everybody else more than just a little bit.
Well, thanks, John. It's a great honor, and you're certainly very deserving. And we were happy that you represent Coconino County and our Planning and Zoning Commission so well with receiving that award. Only other thing we're going to let you know in the roundtable was a few of us, myself included, participated in the Arizona APA conference down in Paradise Valley. It went on through this afternoon. I got back a little early yesterday evening to prep for this meeting. But the Arizona APA conference was held in a very hot place. Certainly those of us who participated got some good ideas and good professional development opportunity down there with our other colleagues from other locations across the state. So, Chair Ontiveros, I see that we're at 5:16, and that would wrap up the roundtable and the study session agenda. Were there any other items that any of the commissioners want to discuss under the topic of your roundtable?
Mr.
Jess, I wanna
McNeely,
know
this
if-
is, oh,
Oh,
go
I
ahead.
don't know if Jess is having a going away party.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. We've had a couple, and I'm sure we could always have another one at some point in the future. But I'm actually staying living in Flagstaff, so I'm not going too far. And yeah, we had a great happy hour going away, and we had a taco bar potluck here last week.
How about if we meet down at the Mariposa Restaurant down in Sedona?
Sure.
I'd go for that.
Absolutely. Y'all
I've always wanted to see that view. I've never been in there, so.
But
let's-
who's buying, Commissioner Best? That's a
Exactly.
pricey
We'll
place.
work on that.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I would be more than happy to chat with any of you all, or have an opportunity to catch up anytime. So most of you know how to get a hold of me, and I've got a forwarding email address on an auto reply on my email. So if you send me an email, you'll get an auto reply that'll have my Sedona address as well.
Okay, Mr. McNeely, this is Chair Ontiveros. I don't have anything else, and I'm not seeing any of the other commissioners' hands raised or finding them unmuted. So I'm thinking that we finished our study session early, like about 10 minutes early.
Yes.
And I'm going to suggest that we could have a lengthy evening. So I'm going to suggest that we take a break now till 5:30.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Chair Ontiveros, and we can certainly meet back here at 5:30.
Okay.
So for anyone else on the meeting, commissioners, staff, members of the public, we're going to take a break here for 10 minutes and meet back for the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing at 5:30. So I'm going to mute now and probably grab something to eat, and we'll see you back soon. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McNeely, are you present?
Chair Ontiveros, yep, I'm right here.
Okay, my clock shows it's 5:30, so I'm going to call the meeting to order, and I'll begin with the meeting rules and procedures. Welcome to the August 25th, 2021 meeting of the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission. Cases will be heard in the order they appear on the agenda. Following the staff presentation, the applicant and/or the applicant's representative may address the commission. As an applicant, if you agree with the staff report and have no additional information, please feel free to keep your comments brief. Any relevant comments are welcome. Following the applicant's presentation, I will make a call to the public. If you wish to address this case, please state your name and address. We ask that your comments be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments must be relevant to the case. Please address all comments to the commission. No matter how strongly you may feel about the case, all comments must be polite and courteous. After all interested public have spoken, the public comment portion will be closed. Discussion will then take place amongst commissioners. No additional public comments may be made unless requested by a commissioner. Decisions of this commission regarding any zone change or preliminary subdivision plat approval are referred to the Board of Supervisors as a recommendation. All other case decisions are binding unless appealed to the Board of Supervisors. If you disagree with the commission's decision, you have 15 days to appeal. Please contact staff at the Community Development Office for appeal procedure. Due to the virtual nature of this meeting, I will be doing a roll call vote of the commissioners to ensure accuracy for the record. Please mute your speakers and turn off your camera. And thank you all for joining us this evening and actively participating in our county planning. The first item on the agenda tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. McNeely, would you please lead us?
Yes, and thank you, Chair Ontiveros. Thank you, Zach Schwartz, for putting a flag up on the screen. So if you would join with me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Chair Ontiveros.
All right, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the July 28th, 2021 minutes. If there are no corrections or modifications, I'll accept a motion in a second, please.
Madam Chair, I would like to make an addition on page 14, second line from the top after the word properly. I would like to add this sentence. The map provided failed to show how the leach field, retention basin, RV sites, and campsites could be installed while still keeping enough trees to retain the forested community character of parks.
Okay, do I have, thank you, Commissioner Best. Do I have a second on that motion?
I will move to approve the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second with that, with the modification?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Best to approve the minutes of July 28th, 2021 with the modification as stated. I have a second by Commissioner Williams. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Clifford? Commissioner Clifford, are you there? You might be muted. Okay, Commissioner Clifford, I can see that you are unmuted. Can you hear us? Okay, he may be having the same problem I was having when I tried to sign on. Let's go ahead and go down the line. Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Walters,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles.
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. Commissioner Clifford, I'm going to come back to you. Can you hear us? Can you
Yes, I
speak?
can. Yes, I
There
can.
you
Can
go.
you
We
hear me
sure
now?
do. We sure
Yep,
can.
technical difficulties. Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Clifford. The motion for approval of minutes passes unanimously. The first item, actually, I'm going to go back to, I'm going to keep a close eye. I've got someone with their camera turned on. Zoom user low. I need everyone to turn off their cameras, please, and mute. Okay, thank you. All righty, the first item on the public agenda tonight is case number CUP 20-065.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Zach Schwartz with planning staff, and this is case CUP 20-065 for Lake Powell View RV and boat storage. The property owner is Bearing Limited of Mesa. The applicant is Brian Ringel of Mesa. The existing zoning on the property is planned community to the commercial general standards. And the subject property is 5.02 acres. This request is for a conditional use permit renewal of self-storage with a modification to allow rental of off-highway vehicles and water sports vehicles. And let me know if, as I go through this, if there are any technical issues going on with the screen. But right here we have the vicinity map, and we're in the Greenhaven community right along the border of Arizona and Utah. Here's Highway 89 coming up from the south. The subject property is right where the cursor is on the screen. To the southwest is a pilot station. To the southeast is state trust land in blue here. To the northwest is planned community zone that's vacant, and it's zoned for multifamily. And all throughout this area, adjacent to the northeast of the subject property, is planned community zone with an existing manufactured home park. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. So this road coming from 89A is North Waweep, and on the other side we have South Waweep. So the entry for the subject property is here on the northwest from North Waweep. We have exits, 2 of them on the southeast side. Here's an office at the very northwest corner, and we have storage buildings here, here, and here. The rest of these tan roofs that you see are just shade structures. And then you can see that we've got open air boat and RV storage as well, and that's all existing. You can see the existing manufactured home park around to somewhat of the northwest and also the northeast. Here's a photo of the existing office from the northwest looking southeast from North Waweep. And the existing use was originally approved in the year 2000. It was renewed in 2010, and that was for the RV and boat storage that we just saw. The proposed use is for rental of 4 to 12 off-highway vehicles, or I'll call them OHVs, and or water sports vehicles that could be, for example, jet skis. 6 spaces along Waweep Drive outside of the fenced area surrounding the property would be used for display only, and customers would come into the property from the north entry, hook up OHVs or water sports vehicles on their trailers internally on the site, and then drive them off the property through the southern exit gates. Here's a site plan. So up here, so this is actually more northwest direction, but you can see here that we have some spaces for the display up here. We have all those existing storage areas, and we have landscape areas around the outside. The entire perimeter here along the property line is fenced in. To start with some general analysis of OHV use, the potential for environmental degradation is there if the OHVs are used in unapproved areas and in unapproved ways. So staff has a recommendation on the staff report that the applicant supply info on laws, regulations, and legal use of OHVs from public land managers in the area to all rental customers so that they'll understand how to properly use the OHVs without environmental degradation. Another part of the analysis is that the spaces that we saw on the previous slide from the site plan, where display of the OHVs and water sports vehicles was shown, that was already poured in this concrete slab here and a culvert extended without permission. And so staff is recommending that we do a retroactive hydrology permit to assess whether or not we have an adequate culvert there and that stormwater issues will be taken care of. Also, doing so removed one plant unit from the property. So staff recommends replacement of that plant unit. Some additional issues on the landscaping. So I have some photos here and those were in your staff report as well. There are some dead and dying plants around the subject property and also some weeds that were showing up in some areas around the property. So staff is recommending that the dead or dying landscape on the site be replaced and a new weed management plan to be submitted concurrently so that the applicant will take care of these issues. As far as citizen participation, the applicant notified property owners within 300 feet of the subject property and held a meeting on Zoom on April 15th, 2021 at 10 a.m. According to their citizen participation plan report, 3 neighbors attended and neighbors were concerned with traffic on Waweep Drive from loading and unloading the OHVs and the water sports vehicle. They were concerned with weeds and with trash in the landscaped areas. So staff has recommended some conditions that would require that loading and unloading would occur interior to the site so as not to block traffic on Waweep Drive, as well as we had just discussed the updated landscape plan and weed plan. Since the staff report, staff has received 5 emails opposed to the request from neighbors adjacent to the site. Some of those were yesterday and some of those were this morning. The concerns that were brought up in these emails with the neighbors that were opposed were concerns with OHV use within the adjacent neighborhood, traffic on Waweep, stormwater runoff, and just the general increase of commercial land use intensity adjacent to their neighborhood. And one complainant, who I think will be here at the hearing tonight to speak to the commission, said that they were given permission to add the names of 7 adjacent neighbors on the list of neighbors opposed for similar reasons as to were just voiced. As far as long-range plan compliance, the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan has 3 different policies that are relevant for this case. One is that there should be adequate landscaping with species appropriate for the area. So some of the plant units that were installed might have been plants that were not, that don't work very well in this type of environment. So as staff goes through with an updated landscaping plan, staff will work on looking at species that are more appropriate for the area. There's a policy on building cooperation with public land managers to increase tourism while conserving high value natural and cultural resources, and a policy on supportive education on proper OHV use on public lands. And staff finds that the proposed use, as with the recommended conditions by staff, would be conforming to the comprehensive plan. As far as findings for a conditional use permit, the Planning and Zoning Commission has to make these 4 findings that are up on the screen in order to approve the case. The first is that the proposed location of the conditional use is in accord with the objectives of the zoning ordinance and the purpose of the zone in which the site is located. 2 is that the proposed location of the conditional use and the conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. And 3 is that the proposed conditional use will comply with each of the applicable provisions of the zoning ordinance except for approved variances. 4 is that the proposed conditional use is consistent with and conforms to the goals and policies of the general plan or specific plan for the area. And I've gone through in the staff report and done an analysis of that. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to discuss that. But staff is able to make these findings with the recommended conditions of the staff report. And so with that, if the commission can make the required findings of fact, staff recommends approval of case CUP 20065, subject to the 8 conditions of the staff report. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that the commission has at this time.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, I am not seeing anyone's hand raised or unmuted. So I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative is available to address the commission.
Yes, can you hear me?
Barely.
This is
But
Brian Ringel.
Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to state your name and address for the record, please. And I'm also going to ask if you have read the staff report and if you agree with the conditions in it. And with that, please go ahead and address the commission.
Brian Ringel. My address. Can you hear me?
I can. I think. Do you have a dog?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. There is some background noise, but please go ahead.
Brian Ringel. Address is 3405 East Covina Circle, Mesa, Arizona 85213. And I have read the staff report and I do agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions they would like to ask? Okay, seeing none.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Best. What is the time? How many years are we giving on this case?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Best, if that was a question for staff, I'm happy to answer. Staff has not set a time for expiration of this use permit. Certainly it's within the commission is able to put a time limit on this use permit if that's desired.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring that up during commission discussion.
Okay, I am not seeing anyone else's hand raised or unmuted. Well, hold on a minute. Oh, no, that's just Brian. Okay, I'm going to ask if there are any interested public that would like to address the commission this evening. If so, please unmute so I can see you. Okay, I see someone by the name of KRS 1971. Would you like to address the commission? Excuse me, can KRS 1971 identify yourself, please? Okay, do we have any way, I think this may be where the background noise is coming from. Do we have any way of muting them? Because I seem to be unable to connect with them.
You can do a general mute all and then just unmute yourself to continue talking. Okay, you know what? It looks like they did just unmute. Okay, I am not, Mr. McNeely, I'm going to need, well, hold on. KRS 1971, I'll reach out one more time. Do you wish to address the commission on this case this evening? Okay, I'm thinking we're having technical issues here.
Yep,
Madam Chair, if I could, go ahead, Jess.
I was going to say this is Jess, and definitely hearing response, but it's like really high pitched. So sounds like it's a technical issue with how this person logged in that we're not able to hear or understand them. They might try logging out. So this person, KRS 1971, you might check your microphone settings if you're on like a laptop or a PC. You might try logging out and logging back in or checking your microphone settings.
Okay, and KRS 1971, we're going to give you a moment to do that if you would like to address. So please log out of this meeting and then try logging back in, and Ms. Hernandez will give you access. Oh, okay, I'm going to reach out again to KRS 1971.
Yes, my name is Catherine. I'm KRS 1971. Is this better?
Okay, yes, it's much better. Can you please state your name and address for the record? And then Mr. McNeely, I'm going to ask you to time the public speakers tonight. So you have got 3 minutes to address the commission. Please proceed.
My name is Catherine, or Kate Cease. I live at 62 Myrtle. I live along the backside of the property. We, the people on our street, have no problem with the water sports being rented. Brian has really done a really great job of keeping everybody confined in the inside the unit instead of using North Wall-Weep. And we love the idea of him now directing people out the South Wall-Weep, so that'll have people coming in at North and out of South. But we were hoping that maybe the off-road vehicles could be taken off of the conditional use permit, unless they're going to be taken off. And are they being driven off the property, or are they going to be on a trailer and people are going to be trailering them out of Greenhaven? That was kind of a question we had. We would love a time frame on this conditional use modification in case there are some problems that arise. We'd love to have a time frame to revisit. We'd love to know if the culvert along North Wall-Weep and also the drainage catchment pond along South Wall-Weep, if those need, or are they Brian's responsibility to keep clean? This picture that's in the packet, this is the first time we've seen it cleaned out that nice and so long, and we would love to continue seeing that upkeep on both the drainage down at the very bottom of South Wall-Weep. There's a tree growing out of it right now. We'd love to see that cleaned out and well maintained. Some of his piping has fallen down, so we'd just love to see that maintained more. We love the idea that you guys are addressing the dead plants and the trash. We'd also like you to look at the area behind his wall that backs up to Myrtle. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 houses that back up to that wall in the back. We'd love to see him gravel that instead of leaving it, because it's constantly growing over with weeds that then we all get to pull out of our backyards that we're trying to maintain. So to see that cleaned more would be fabulous. And other than that, Brian did a great job of holding a public meeting with us and really has stepped up to the plate with using inside his facility instead of the street. So we'd like to say thank you to that. We'd also like to say if he does add more lights, we saw that any additional lighting would be approved by the county. We just want to make sure that's still dark sky compliant. And we want to know, it sounds like that we're really happy to see that you guys are going to look at the extra water that's now running off of the concrete pad that used to be gravel and sand. And that really slowed things down. But we've never really found out who was supposed to maintain that area. So we'd really like to see the county clear that up for us and hold hopefully the business owner responsible for maintaining the drainage after we have flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, could you address the 2 points? One being, are these vehicles going to be loaded and driven off of the property? And then who maintains the drainage? If you could please quickly address those.
Madam Chair, sure, I'm happy to answer those. So the way that the narrative is written is that they would load and unload from from a trailer off the property. And so I think that there's a condition that the applicant conduct the use in substantial compliance with the narrative. So that's, I believe, what we would be regulating here. And if the commission wants to be more particular about that, certainly another condition could be added. As far as we were talking about the culverts and the drainage issue, staff is recommending a condition that we go back and retroactively make sure that culverts, if you're looking at the screen right here, are meeting the hydrology standards, but I wasn't sure what
I
other
think you've got the
portion.
wrong screen up, Mr. Schwartz, because it's not showing the drainage one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So then I think as far as this culvert, are you seeing it on the screen now?
Yeah, we're good now.
Right. So this culvert was added by the applicant without any sort of permissions from our engineering division, who would look at the hydrology, and they will review and make sure that hydrology patterns remain historic the way that they had been before, and make sure that this is adequate as far as maintaining it and keeping it clean. It's kind of hard to enforce, but if there's any issue, then I would encourage that any of the neighboring property owners could get in touch with our engineering division, and we would make sure that there's continued maintenance of that culvert.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Are there any other individuals that would like to address the commission on this case this evening? Okay, I am not seeing any. So, Mr. Schwartz, could you please put up the conditions on the screen so the commissioners can review these if we modify them or add?
Madam
And
Chair, I'm
then-
happy to do so if you'll just bear with me a second here.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I think these should be the conditions, and if anyone wants me to scroll up or down, please let me know.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close it to the public and open it up for commission discussion. Commissioner Clifford, you're up first tonight.
I can make the findings on it, and I don't know how my fellow commissioners, I would like to have a 5-year put on this because we are adding to what is existing so that it can be watched and then come back in 5 years. And if there's no complaints, then we can increase the length of time on it. But I can make the findings on this.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Mr. Mangini, you are not muted and we can hear you. Mr. Mangini, can you hear me? This is Chair. Oh, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Clifford, let me ask you about your thoughts on a more specific condition regarding the vehicles being loaded and driven off. Are you fine with how it's written, or what are your feelings on that?
I thought it was written that they were going to leave the site on a trailer. Both the RV, I'm sorry, the watercraft and the off-road vehicles were leaving the site on trailers and not on the roadways from the property. That's
Okay.
how I read it.
Okay, there's not a condition that actually states that. So I'm thinking that we're going to be putting that in
Okay,
So there is no misunderstanding about what the commission's intent is this evening, even though it is in the narrative. Mr. Schwartz, while I'm going through commission discussion, could you please craft a sentence, craft a condition to bring specificity to that issue?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll have it up on the screen as I'm writing it for you all.
Okay, thank you. And then also, would you, at this point in time, would you please also add the condition for a 5-year term to expire on the, I guess it would be August 25th, 2026. Okay, so Commissioner Williams, your thoughts?
I can make the findings, and I like the addition of number 9. I would be happy, however, with a 3-year term this first round, just so that the neighbors feel like if the off-highway vehicles are a problem, or if the drainage isn't taken care of or anything like that, that they don't have to, they just might feel a little more empowered to have some recourse.
Okay, all right, we're going to go through the rest of the commission, and we're going to get everyone's thoughts. Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Best?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with the other commissioners so far. Not a big fan of OHV rentals. But I think if we take a look in 3 years and we confirm that they have in fact consulted with the public land managers and created maps so that use is appropriate, and there is no further expansion without appropriate engineering and permits, and if the place is kept clean, under those conditions, I can make the conditions. So I agree with the 3 years and the condition that everything rented must go off the property and a trailer, so it's not running through that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Best. Commissioner Burton?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with my fellow commissioners, and I also like the 3-year rather than the 5-year. And yeah, I can make the findings based on the modifications.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walters?
I am also fine with the 3-year, as long as he's in compliance, he can reapply in time and not have to go through this process. I would like to be specific on cleaning up some of the landscaping around there. The culvert, in my opinion, should have weed cloth and riprap around it. I think it's unsightly as it is, and not as professional as the rest of the site looks. I like how he did the wall with the little design on there. I like hearing from the neighbors, but I don't think that they should have to deal with his weeds. So I think you should go back in there and do weed cloth and some gravel to keep that down. It'll help his maintenance, and it'll make the neighbors happy as well. So I can support it, with those things said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Walters, let me ask you this. Condition number 2 on here addresses the landscaping, the dead or dying vegetation, replacement, removal, etc. Is that condition number 2 sufficient for what you would like to see accomplished, or do you want that condition modified?
Well, I would just like him to add weed cloth in these areas, because I did drive by there a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know why, but I looked at it, and it's a little bit shaggy on the outside. So that the weed cloth would make it easier for his maintenance and stuff. I don't know if you ever thought about that, but it makes it easier for everybody. It helps to slow down the erosion as well. So that I'd like to see that in there.
Okay. I also, it's my, I'm coming up next. I would like that as well. Mr. Schwartz, if you could also modify condition number 2 to add that. And I am also in agreement with the 3 years, with the addition of the moving all of the vehicles off-site, loading and off-site, So let's review those. If you can get those conditions up, let's review those. Can you enlarge your screen at all, Mr. Schwartz? I've got pretty good eyesight, but I can, yeah, that's much better. Okay. Okay, so commissioners, review these and make sure that's what we want.
Commissioner Ontiveros, I believe
Oh,
I have
Commissioner
something to
Ruggles.
add.
Commissioner Ruggles, I'm so sorry. I saw your name is written above mine on my list and I just spaced you. So please
Hey,
add your comments.
Tell you what, I know that award is really meant to be old guy who talks too much, but anyway, I will go forward with this. The neighbors, thank you. The neighbors spoke about dark sky issues, and they are in zone 3. However, compliance with the ordinance is appropriate with one addition, and that is the still outstanding loophole for luminaires under 2,500 lumens. And this is something that's going to come up a little later, but I am going to suggest an addition to condition number 8, that luminaires under 2,500 lumens shall not exceed 2,500 K, that's capital K, thank you, CCT. There's a space between K and CCT. CCT is also capitalized, period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Did you have any other comments besides that?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to say that I agree with my fellow commissioners, especially on the 3-year time frame for this. And one other comment on lighting, and that that is giving away nothing in terms of safety, because 25 or a 2700K LED will give you a very well-defined lighting. It may appear to be slightly yellow, but in terms of visibility, you lose nothing. So dark sky, the International Dark Sky Association would certainly confirm that. And at that, that's all I have to add.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. This is Chair Ontiveros, and I agree with the modifications that have been stated this evening. I have looked at it. It looks like they're right to me. If so, let's go ahead and I'll take a motion in a second, please.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment on these before we go there?
Yes, you can.
If you look at number 4, vehicles for display on Wallweed Drive shall not be used for rental to avoid loading and unloading of vehicles within the right of ways. Can we put 9 as an addition to 4? That way, I think that's where I got that everything was going to be loaded on trailers or in vehicles inside the storage unit. So if 9 could be added to the end of 4 for the loading and unloading of vehicles, I think that would make sense.
Okay. And you know what? I actually do agree with you. I can see how you understood. I get it. Mhm.
Okay. And I would put on there should be loaded and unloaded on trailers / trucks. Because some people may want to put these in the bed of a truck if they do not have a trailer.
Okay. And then Mr. Schwartz, yeah, it's OH, off highway, OHV. Okay. All right. I think we've got it. All right. Let's go ahead and move to a motion in a second, please.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we, yeah, I just lost train of thought again.
It's okay.
That we approve CUP 20-065 with the recommendations as stated.
Okay.
I
By
will
staff.
second that.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Clifford and a second by Commissioner Ruggles for approval of CUP 20-065 with the modified conditions as stated. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Clifford,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Best,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Walters,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles,
Aye.
and this is Chair Antiveros. I also vote aye. The motion CUP 20-065 has been approved unanimously. The next item on the agenda this evening is case number ZC 21-008.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is Zach Schwartz with planning staff and case number ZC 21008, a request for a zone change from the general zone to the manufactured home park on 2 parcels, including a total of 24 acres, a development for 24 tiny homes on Beaton's East Road, approximately 3 miles east of Belmont exit. The applicant has withdrawn this request. So unless there are any questions for staff, then I think the commission can move on to the next hearing item.
Okay, I do not have any questions and I am not seeing any. Well, Commissioner Williams, you are unmuted. Do you have a question? No? Okay, I am not seeing any.
Yeah,
So
there's one more.
Commissioner Ruggles, there you
Yes.
are. There's just so many on here tonight. It's pretty difficult. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
understand. I would just like to let Zach know that I am personally going to put him on the hot seat about one aspect of this and probably in person. But I don't think it's appropriate to go over how you derive the distance for deciding which lighting zone a use is in. So just kind of fair warning, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. With that, I think the record is very clear, but I will state it that the application for case number ZC 21-008 has been withdrawn. And so we are moving on to item number 3, that is case number CUP 21-032.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a conditional use permit request for an accessory structure over 3,000 square feet. And I apologize, this is Jess McNeely with staff. This case is being managed by Kelly Bingham of our planning staff. So she will be presenting it. Kelly, thanks for sharing your screen. And you can probably hit slide presentation and go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you, Jess. Give me one moment to present that. My Zoom bar at the top is covering up my present button. There we go. Can everyone see my screen okay now?
See it great.
Yep.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Ontiveros and Planning and Zoning Commission. Today we're going to take a look at PZ-CUP-21-32. This is a request for an accessory structure over 3,000 square feet. The structure is going to be, if approved, 7,880 square feet. This is on a 2.75 acre property in the PRD zone. This is in Johnson Ranch in Doney Park. It's on the very northwest corner of the development. And here you can see the site plan. If you can see my cursor, you can see that the accessory structure is on the east side of the property, a little bit removed from the road. This is Johnson Ranch Road down at the bottom of your screen here. The home is located a little bit more towards the center of the property. First floor of this home is about, let me check my notes very quickly, 3,700 square feet. This is the structure here. It's going to house RVs and personal storage. Over here on the left side of the screen, this is a drainage easement. You can see that the garage will be about 18 feet from the drainage easement on this side. And on the other side, it's going to be about 21 feet from the house. And again, this is lot 34 of Johnson Ranch. Here we have some pictures of the property. If you can see where my cursor is on the left side of the screen in the first photo, you can see the empty lot. Where my cursor is about where the structure will go. Again, this is on the east side of the property. And in the other photo, you can see the drainage easement. So there's a rather large culvert here filled with rocks. And the structure is going to be about 18 feet away from the easement where this is. But I thought that the commission might be interested to see what this looks like in person. And here we can see the color elevations. As you may notice, this is relatively consistent with other construction in Donny Park. It's consistent with the Donny Park area plan. If this were a commercial project, this might be something that would be consistent with those standards. You can see that there is samples on the right-hand side for the siding, the rock accent, and the shingles on the roof. I'll give the commission a moment to take a look at that. This was also in the packet. And to explain a little bit about why this requires a conditional use permit, back when Johnson Ranch was created, the PRD zone actually had a land use table that was in our zoning ordinance that Johnson Ranch adopted when they were formed. And that table required that accessory structures over 3,000 square feet get a conditional use permit. So that's why we're here tonight discussing this. And again, the proposed square footage is 7,880 square feet. It's going to be about 30 feet tall if it were approved and built to the site plan specifications. For the citizen participation, notice was actually emailed to the 6 addresses that were within 600 feet of the project. The meeting was held on April 28th. 2 people attended in person and 3 email responses were submitted. And there were no objections to this project, though the commission should be able to find the email responses included in their packet. For the analysis, the aesthetic matches the character of the area, as I previously discussed. The proposal does not seem to negatively impact any of the surrounding properties. And the lot is quite large. It's 2.75 acres, and it's in a good position for a building of this size. Remembering this is in the northwest corner of Johnson Ranch. We have one proposed condition. The community may read it here. It says development of the garage shall substantially conform to the submitted site plan, elevations, and narrative as submitted by the applicant. Any substantial changes or expansions shall require further review by the Planning and Zoning Commission. That is the only proposed condition from staff at this time, though we can add one for a time limit should the commission choose to do that. So the staff recommends approval. I believe the applicant is also on the call tonight if they would like to add anything to this or answer questions from the commission.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bingham. Do the commissioners have, Commissioner Ruggles, I see you unmuted.
Yes, I did. I think Kelly's got her directions or compass directions reversed. This is actually in the northeast portion of that part of Johnson Ranch. There's stage 2.
Yes, it is.
It is. My apologies, Commissioner Ruggles. You are completely right.
Other than that, I have nothing else to add to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. I am looking to see if there are any other commissioners with questions. Not seeing any. I'm going to ask if the applicant would like to address the commission. I see that you have already unmuted. So let me ask you if you have read the staff report and if you agree with the conditions in it.
Yes, I have read the staff report and I do agree with the conditions, and I would like to thank staff for their diligence.
Okay, Ms. Garrison, would you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Sorry, it's Christine Garrison. My current address is 11350 North Zadie Lane, soon to be 6700 Johnson Ranch Road.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have questions for Ms. Garrison? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please unmute. Okay, I am not seeing any. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion and open it up for commission discussion. Commissioner Clifford.
I can make the findings, and I would like to put a 5-year on this one, basically because it's so close to that wash area, so that it can be monitored.
Okay, I am interested. This is a pretty big investment. Normally on these, I'm going to let the other commissioners as I go through, because I'm going to take, you've stated that position. Normally on these, we have never put a time limit on it before. So I'm just throwing that out there, but we're going to go ahead and go through the other commissioners. But I did just want to let you know that previously we never have.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Williams.
I can make the findings in support of this, and if you have enough stuff to fill it, it's probably better to be inside a building. So I think it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Best.
I can make the findings. I wonder if staff checked the 100-year floodplain at all. I would have thought the applicant might, but I think Commissioner Clifford's concern is valid considering what we've seen around town in the last month. But I can make the findings.
Okay. You know what? I'm actually going to stop right now and ask Mr. Schwartz if he has any concerns about this building and the floodplain.
Madam Chair, this is Zach Schwartz. Did you mean for Kelly Bingham, the planner on this case, to discuss?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Bingham, could you please address the floodplain issue that has been addressed by Commissioner Clifford and Commissioner Best before we move any further?
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I saw that the applicant raised their hand, and I wonder if they have been working with our department, particularly on the hydrology. So I might let them speak to that.
Okay, we do need to get this addressed. So Ms. Garrison, would you please give us information that may be relevant?
Yes, so we actually developed Johnson Ranch, and we worked very closely with John Carr and staff on the drainage. We hired civil design and engineering. They designed the entire area with the 100-year flood in mind, and all of the lots that have any particular issue do have finished floors already identified on the final plats. So we addressed everything as far as the flood through an engineer and with John Carr during the development.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Garrison.
And I'm sorry, one more thing. Christy with Civil Design and Engineer actually did the site plan, and she's also designing the entire garage and our house.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Garrison. That's helpful information. Moving on, Commissioner.
This is Jess with staff, just to address while you guys were talking there. That is a drainage easement on the west side of this lot. However, when you check our official floodplain map, this is not mapped. This is definitely not mapped floodplain. So this is not designated floodplain. And through the building permitting and engineering permitting process that would be required for any building, this will go through review with our engineering division.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McNeely.
Sure.
Commissioner Burton.
I don't have any additional comments.
Okay, Commissioner Walters.
I am familiar with that drainage just from the Schultz Pass when I was doing some consulting for the city, and I think they've done a wonderful job with this. I don't see any reason for having a time frame on this condition. I think that's onerous, and I can approve this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ruggles.
Okay, I am going to back up what Commissioner Walters has said, what Jess McNeely has said, and what Ms. Garrison has said about this. We looked at this very thoroughly in the process of working out how this subdivision would be done at the P&Z level. And drainage has been paid particular attention to. The area that is open space just happens to be the area that was most likely to cause problems with heavy rainfall to the west. So this has been more than adequately addressed. I also was out there to just look at the property, and building this size will tuck in very nicely in that corner of the development. It's heavily forested to the back of it, goes uphill. The design is an excellent one. And with regard to that, I can certainly make the findings. The fact that a number of neighbors have no problem with it, that's even better. So the time frame, I will concur with Chair Ontiveros on that. In a case like this, I cannot recall setting a time on the use permit for a structure like this, especially in a planned residential development like this. So I agree with or with Vice Chair Walters. I think setting a time in this would be onerous. So thank you. And I can also make the findings for this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. This is Chair Ontiveros. I have nothing further to add. It looks like a great building, a great design, and I think it's going to be a beautiful addition. And I've got to agree with Commissioner Williams. Stuff inside of it's going to be better than stuff outside, so I can fully support this project. With that, I'll accept a motion in a second, please.
I'll make a motion to approve CUP-21-032 with the one condition.
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Williams and a second by Commissioner Burton for approval of CUP 21-032. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. CUP 21-032 passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is case number CUP 21-041 and DRO 21-008.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Zach Schwartz with planning staff, and this is cases CUP 21-041 and DRO 21-008, the Northland Baptist Church expansion. The property owner is Northland Baptist Church of Flagstaff. The applicant is Amy Miller. The existing zoning is AR 2.5, that's agricultural residential with a 2.5 acre minimum parcel size. Subject property size is 4.47 acres. And this request is for a conditional use permit modification and design review overlay for the church's expansion. Here's the vicinity map. So here's Highway 89 and here's Burris Lane. Right across from where Burris Lane intersects with 89 is the subject property. You'll see that it's surrounded by other properties in the AR 2.5 zone. Of course, across the street, this is all commercial property. Here's an aerial of the subject property, so you can see the driveways coming into the parking lot from Highway 89. This is the existing church, and there's an existing playground area here. And you can see the distance that we have here from the nearest neighboring properties, developed properties with residences to the west. This is a photo from 89 looking northwest towards the front of the church. And here's a photo from the existing playground area to the adjacent neighbor to the west, the nearest single-family residential neighbor. So the proposed development is an expansion of the church that was originally approved in 2002, including a 3,220 square foot addition for 6 classrooms, 2 bathrooms, a small reception area, and it's notable that the classrooms are made to accommodate up to 123 students. According to the applicant's narrative, classes would occur outside of normal church hours. Also with this request is a 336 square foot addition for a baptistry. All new roofing would meet the existing roofing of the church, and all new siding would match the existing siding. And the applicant is planning a movement of the existing playground to the east. So here is the site plan. The larger addition with the classrooms is right here. The baptistry is right here. And you see the applicant is noting that they are planning to relocate the playground and the existing playground equipment 20 foot over to the east. And this is a floor plan. So you can see the 6 classrooms at the end of the hallway across from the front of the church, bathrooms here, reception area, and a custodial closet. And up here is where you can see the baptistry area. These are elevations from the east, west, and north. And everything that's sort of hatched here is the new additions. The existing roof that the additions will match is a dark brown metal roof with standing seams, and the siding would be a light tan fiber cement patterned like wood. As far as citizen participation, the legal noticing area for this project was 400 feet from the subject property boundaries, and the applicant held a meeting on May 24th, 2021 from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. where 3 neighbors attended, and 2 of those neighbors represented a single adjacent single-family residential property. Those 2 property owners were in support. One, which is directly to the west, was concerned with noise from the playground and from traffic issues on Highway 89. Since the staff report, staff has received 4 additional emails opposed to the expansion, and those were related to traffic on Highway 89. The nearest neighbor called today and also asked for some sound mitigation, basically for a sound wall around the playground area. And I do address noise mitigation on the next slide, but I do want to get back to the issue of traffic on Highway 89. So because of the concern from the neighbors, staff is recommending an additional condition from the staff report. That condition would read, the applicant shall verify that their expansion meets the conditions of their existing ADOT encroachment permit and provide staff with documentation from ADOT that all requirements are met prior to issuance of a building permit. And the ADOT requirements, because 89 is a state highway that the Arizona Department of Transportation would overview, and that would be a requirement in any case. But staff just wanted to make it clear to the complainants and to the applicant that we need to take a look at the traffic counts and whether or not anything needs to be done as far as a traffic statement or traffic impact analysis, so that we can make sure that the applicant is meeting all the requirements of ADOT for having their access off of 89. So as far as the noise mitigation, the applicant has already planned the move of the playground to 50 feet from the nearest neighbor. So that would mitigate some issue, and staff has recommended additional vegetation surrounding the playground area for further mitigation. Specifically, that would be 1 plant unit and 9 additional trees around the playground area. Staff discussed with the applicant some modification that might be favorable for the noise condition of number 3. Previously, it had said 50 decibels at the property line, and I think that our commission understands that 50 decibels is about what normal speech in a room would sound like me talking right now. So staff is now recommending a modification to condition 3 that was recommended to read, any noise from the use shall be limited to 50 decibels maximum above ambient normal background noise as measured from any neighboring single-family residence or associated accessory dwelling unit. So it's a little more detailed. I also wanted to discuss that the zoning ordinance typically requires from a residential use to a public or quasi-public use, a 50-foot setback, and within those first 20 feet, a landscape buffer. And staff is recommending 1 plant unit and 9 additional trees around the playground area in lieu of that requirement, because the property lines are extensive and the full requirement would not be practical in mitigating the impact, and staff feels that this recommended 1 plant unit and 9 additional trees would do the same mitigation, and it would make more sense for the applicant as well. As far as long-range conformance, long-range plan conformance, the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan applies to this area, as well as the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan. So I've pulled 2 goals from each plans that are relevant for this case. The first is from the comprehensive plan as community character policy 6 that states that public and semi-public uses shall be approved at locations convenient to the population being served, provided that such locations are compatible with and complementary to surrounding neighborhoods. Community character goal from the comprehensive plan is preserve natural quiet and work to mitigate and reduce the effects of noise pollution. And from the area plan, we have a land use goal. Public and semi-public uses are compatible with surrounding residential neighborhood and comply with the design review overlay guidelines. And public semi-public uses policy 1, that proposed public and semi-public uses shall include adequate landscaping, buffering, and other site improvements to mitigate possible impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. And staff finds that the use as conditioned would be conforming to these applicable plans. As far as the findings for a conditional use permit, they're on the screen here and they've been laid out in the staff report. Staff is able to make all required findings as outlined in the staff report. And if you'd like me to elaborate on that in the public hearing, I'd be happy to. As far as the design review overlay, the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan has guidelines that state that building materials and colors should blend with the natural environment, that natural materials or natural appearing synthetic materials should be used, and that landscaping buffering should be used. And staff finds that the request is consistent with the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan design review guidelines. So with that, if the commission can make all required findings of fact, staff recommends approval of CUP 21041, subject to the conditions of the staff report, with the modification of condition 3 and the addition of condition 4 as shown on the screen now. And as a separate motion, the Planning and Zoning Commission would also need to approve of case DRO 21008 with the conditions of the staff report, which is what staff is recommending. And I'm happy to take any questions from the commission at this time.
Zach, I have one question for you. This is Commissioner Clifford. Who owns the wooden fence that is surrounding the property at this time?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Clifford, my understanding is that the neighboring property owner owns that fence, but I think the applicant could also clear that up for you.
Zach, I've got a question for you about the noise limitation. Noise levels probably are going to be relatively high from Highway 89. And adding, just saying 50 dB above the ambient noise level may pose a problem. And with respect to that, did you discuss the probability of a sound wall with the applicant?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Ruggles, the idea of a sound wall wasn't discussed by staff with the applicant. Staff felt that possibly the landscaping buffer could be enough, but certainly if the commission would like to require a sound wall, that would be something that the commission could do as a condition.
We might have to talk about that, because if you say 50 dB above the ambient sound level, that is not what the combined sound level would be. Theoretically, that would get you, say, as much as 90 dBA as measured from the neighboring property lines. So that's the problem I have with that. I don't have the calculations at my fingertips right now for doing a combined sound level. It is not additive. If you have a 50 dB sound source and a 45 sound source, as for instance, it's the way it's actually written that may pose the problem in measuring that. When you measure it, it may be that it's completely beyond enforcement, the way it's written right now. So it's going to take a little discussion at the commission level, I think, for you. Is that?
Commissioner Ruggers, I do appreciate that. And I think that you certainly have more expertise in the area than I. So I'll be glad to hear what the commission will come up with on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I am not seeing any other commissioners unmuted at this point. So I am going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission this evening. And with that, I'm going to ask the applicant if they have read the staff report and if they agree with the conditions contained. So if you would like to address the commission, please state your name and address and then go from there.
Hello, this is Randy Miller, and my address is 12015 North Gunman, Flagstaff, Arizona 86004. I'm the pastor here at the church, and my wife has been heading up all of the paperwork, but I will be speaking on our behalf tonight. And yes, I have read it, and yes, we do agree.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Do any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Miller at this time? Okay, seeing none, I am going to ask if there is, Commissioner, Vice Chair Walters.
I'd like to ask the applicant, Mr. Miller, if you would consider some type of sound mitigation for the playground area. I noticed here we're looking at up to 123 students, and out there on that playground, since there has been some question from the neighbor about sound, I think that it'd be appropriate to do at least an L-shaped sound wall there to try to keep direct noise from going their direction. I understand that there will be noise that'll be coming from the highway there, but I agree with Commissioner Ruggles on the aggregate calculation for the noise that, as it's stated, that needs to be rewritten. So I'd like to get your input on that.
Okay, thank you. We will have approximately about 30 of the students out on the playground at any one time. We stagger our playground times, our recess times, and that's what we try to do as well. Just not ask, but even with drop off and pickup for the school, we try to mitigate that impact by staggering drop-off times and pickup times. And I know you didn't ask that, but I just thought I would say that at this time.
Okay, so please address the possibility of a sound wall there.
We are open to it. Money is a concern as far as the amount of the money, but we would certainly be willing to look into that and to consider some options on that.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Okay, Commissioner Clifford.
Yes, Pastor Miller, question about the wood fence that surrounds the property. Is that owned by the church or is that owned by the residents who are around the church?
That is owned by the residents that are would be the south of the church.
Okay, because I see it's in pretty disrepair. I drive by the church every day, and when this first came up, I noticed that a long time ago, that fence was starting to fall down. So that was a question that I had. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking to see, I'm not seeing anybody else unmuting or their hand raised at this time. So thank you, Pastor Miller, for those answers. And at this time, I'm going to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case tonight. And I do see a hand raised with Jeff's iPad. If you'd like to unmute, please state your name. Okay, please state your name and name and address for the record. And Mr. McNeely, would you please begin a 3-minute time clock? Please proceed, sir.
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we sure can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jeff Blaylock. I'm in the North Peak subdivision, just adjacent to the church property that's presenting this case. I'm two properties
Okay, and can you state your actual, okay, sir, can you please state your actual address for the record?
Sure. Is 8245 Cabaya Way, Flagstaff, Arizona 86004.
Okay, thank you, and go ahead now.
Okay, so over the years that we have lived here, there has been numerous accidents around Burris Lane, and also we've seen Silver Saddle. This area between Towns, Winona, and Silver Saddle is somewhat of a raceway, and I am highly concerned with the addition of 123 students, or up to 123 students, and the traffic that will create in and out of the church. Burris Lane has had numerous accidents in the last few months. Motorcycles, there's been a couple of deaths and multiple crashes. The noise I'm not so concerned about. It's daytime noise with the school addition, but the traffic and the addition of the parent traffic dropping off and picking up children. There is not a single school in the Flagstaff Public Schools or in the Flagstaff area that is on a major thoroughfare, major highway. I don't feel this is the right place for a school. I don't disagree with expanding a school. I think this is the wrong location for a school.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I'm looking to see, I see a Sarah Browning. If you would like to address the commission, please state your name and address. And Mr. McNeely, please start the 3-minute clock.
Hi, my name is actually Sarah Schnurple. I can't change the last name on there for some reason. I reside.
Go ahead and spell it for the record, though.
SCHNURPEL. I live at 5095 East Riata Road in North Peak.
Okay, thank you. And please proceed with your comments.
I would have to agree with everything that my neighbor is saying. it's not so much the daytime noise. I understand the concern from the neighbor that's closest to the school, but how dangerous 89 is and adding that much more traffic. It's just such a busy area, and it's frightening to think of putting that many more children in danger. You know, there needs to be turnout lanes and things like that added if it's going to be expanded, just for the safety of those children and others. And that's all I have to say. That's the only input I have.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much for those comments. I see a Mary Neville. Ms. Neville, please state your name and address for the record, and then your comments, and your 3 minutes begin now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Mary Nebel. I live at 4855 East Riata Road in North Peak, just up the street from Sarah. I would just like to reiterate strong concerns about the traffic situation and wondering when ADOT's study was done and if it aligns with anything like what the traffic patterns are now. The past year and a half have not only brought many more cars to 89, but many more angry drivers. And those of us even pulling into the turn lane to get into our own neighborhood are regularly almost rear-ended and certainly given unkind finger gestures as we try to get in and out of our own neighborhood. So traffic is a real issue here. And the deaths were very sobering this summer to realize that this isn't as safe a place as we thought. So just add one more name to the traffic list, and a concern that whatever ADOT recommends is based on current condition. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nebel, for your comments. I am looking to see, Ms. Nebel, would you do me a favor and go ahead and mute again just to preserve, thank you. Yeah, go ahead and mute just to preserve the sound integrity of the meeting tonight. I see a David Jenkins. Please state your name and address, and then for the record, then proceed with your comments. Mr. McNeely, please start the 3-minute time.
My name is David Jenkins. I live at 5155 East Riata Road. I'm a neighbor just across Riata where I can basically see the school from my house. I have 3 concerns. One, I share the concerns of my neighbors about the traffic patterns on 89 and what additional traffic, especially additional traffic slowing to make a turn there, might create in terms of additional hazards. I do also want to say about the noise considerations. I also share concerns about the 50 dB, 50 decibels above background noise. If background noise also considers the highway noise from 89, then I think that might be an issue. And the second question or challenge I have with the way that is worded is it talks about 50 dB from the nearest dwelling. Is that inside the dwelling or outside the dwelling? So I would be concerned if that was a reading from inside the dwelling, but it's not specific actually as towards the noise ordinance there. And then the last one would be really probably a question around, is there any night use restrictions for this property? Is it daytime only? Or would the addition of the schooling mean that there may also be night use at this location? Those are my 3 a couple of concerns and 1 question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. I would like to ask the applicant at this time to clarify the nighttime use, if there will be any.
The nighttime use that we have is really for our church, which meets Wednesday evenings and also Sunday evenings. And then we have 4, I believe it is, parent conferences throughout the year that are spread out over the 4 quarters of the school year. And that would be where we are. We occasionally, as a church, have special meetings, and we're actually having special meetings this week. But as far as the school concerned, we'll not be holding classes in the evening. And we just have some special meetings occasionally. And we have our church meetings Wednesday night, Sunday night, and then right now we're having this basically one time a year, an annual special meeting that lasts for a week.
Okay, so just to clarify, there would be no night use as a result of the proposed school.
No, no night use for the school at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Whoops, I muted myself there. Okay, I am looking to see if I have missed anyone. Give me just a minute while I scroll through the participant list here. Okay, I am not seeing anyone else from the public. So at this point, I'm going to close it to public comment. I'm going to open it at commission level. Commissioner Clifford.
So Tammy, this is Jeff again. Can I ask one more question?
Whoops, you know what? You can't, and I'll tell you why. Because if I let you, then I have to let everybody else in the public. So the public gets one shot, a 3-minute one shot at it, and then that's up. So no more questions. It's at commission discussion now. So Commissioner Clifford, please go ahead and start the discussion.
I can make the findings. We just need to hash out the DB level that we're looking at and all of that, but I can make the findings to approve this.
Okay, thank you. And I think Commissioner Ruggles is going to guide us on that one. Commissioner Williams?
I can make the findings. I understand the concern about 89, and I guess I'm just, if there was a way, I mean, I kind of do feel like since they had their last conditional use permit, that traffic patterns have changed out there and increased probably quite significantly. And is there a way to put in a condition that could ask for an updated traffic impact statement, or, you know?
Yeah, actually,
review
Mr.
it.
Schwartz already did that.
A brand new one?
In his staff presentation, if you look at the conditions that he has on the screen, he's already addressed that to bring ADOT, the encroachment, to today's standards.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then that's fine if it's to today's standards.
Could you make that a little larger, please?
Yeah, there you go. That's about the right size for us tonight.
I guess I was reading it as thinking to the standards of their prior permit. But if it's a whole new one, then I guess they're the ones that know.
Yeah. The
Okay.
applicant shall verify that the expansion meets the conditions of their existing ADOT encroachment permit. So ADOT will take it from there. Yeah.
Okay. And what happens if it is beyond the requirements? Then if the church has to do something, then they can't move forward? Is that how that works?
Yes, it says that if you read the entire condition, it states the applicant shall verify that their expansion meets the conditions of their existing ADOT encroachment permit and provide staff with documentation from ADOT that all requirements are met prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Okay. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mary, or Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Best?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share the same concerns about traffic and noise. I would just like staff to be absolutely certain that that this ADOT analysis is going to reflect current conditions on Highway 180. So they might be within their existing ADOT encroachment permit, but it could be that a new look is required because of increased traffic. So I'm a little unsure about that.
Sir, it's Highway 89. You need to be correct.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just a little unsure. They may have an encroachment permit based on old data that they would where they would meet the conditions, do they need a new one based on new data? I don't know how old their data is. So that's still a question in my mind that I'd like resolved if staff could help out.
Madam Chair,
okay.
Madam Chair and,
Yeah.
and Commissioner Best, this is Jess, if I can help some. So
Please
with their building permit, they're adding their potentially, the assumption would be with adding classrooms, adding students, you would go to the ITE manual and say, now you're adding to your traffic count. So I guess there's some potential that the traffic count wouldn't increase to the level of requiring, having an increased traffic count. The assumption would be with that much of a student increase number change, and that's where the applicant's engineer will have to go to the manual. An increased traffic count that is going to be looked at for an encroachment permit with ADOT to see what's the current traffic, what's your new traffic count associated with your new building permit, and are there any required improvements that would have to be made by the applicant in the way of traffic mitigation. So I hope that helps answer.
Mr. McNeely, this is Chair Ontiveros. I am looking at condition number 4 that is on the screen right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that the verbiage of that condition satisfies what Mr. Schwartz is trying to accomplish and what this commission would like to see done?
So, Madam Chair, I think possibly this could just be reworded that the applicant shall submit a traffic impact statement or analysis to ADOT to determine if a new encroachment permit and transportation infrastructure improvements are warranted.
Okay, let's get that printed up there. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, if it's you doing that. Let's get that up there so there's no misunderstanding here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That does, and Jess, that does meet my needs.
I'm happier with that as well. Thank you.
Okay, let's let it finish up here.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I wonder if Mr. McNeely has some better language to finish this up. I'm not sure how to finish it.
So I think you got pretty good there, Zach. At the end of additional, we could put whether or not an additional encroachment permit. And associated infrastructure improvements.
Does that include encroachments for adjacent neighborhoods? For Mary Nebel earlier?
Are warranted. So that a TIS or TIA, depending on how much additional traffic counts occur at the peak hour based on this addition, is going to take into account all of the surrounding traffic, including typically all the impacted intersections and turning movements.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so as it is written, if ADOT requires any kind of additional infrastructure change, that would be done without us saying, and the applicant must do what ADOT says.
Correct.
I'm not trying to get in the weeds here, but I just don't want anything to slip.
Correct. Yeah, as the holder of the encroachment permit between ADOT and the applicant, that's where the rubber meets the road on what are their requirements.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Burton.
I think any of my concerns have already been addressed, so I don't have anything further to add. I can meet the findings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walters.
I think everything's been fully addressed. I can make the findings. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Ruggles, you're up with your guidance on the noise.
Okay, I don't know if I ought to say thank you or not here. Anyway, essentially what I am doing, and I think we as a whole are doing, is flying by the seat of our pants on the sound issue, if not close to flying blind. The problem is we don't have reliable sound measurement data from Highway 89 over a fairly good period of time. I can venture some educated guesses based on what was done with Timberline Firearms and back when it was Second Chance Center for Animals, but they were at closer distances than the back of the church. I think rather than trying to come up with a sound level, which to answer a question that was posed earlier, that sound level is typically 50 dBA at the property line. So rather than trying to do something that would cover both the sound level from the playground in addition to sound from Highway 89, I think simply an L-shaped sound wall like Commissioner Walters had proposed is about the only reasonable solution based on what we have to work with right now. I kind of wish I had known a little bit earlier on. Could have taken my sound level meter out there, done some measurements and run some simple calculations to look at sound levels. But I don't have the luxury of doing that. And my calculator for doing combined sound levels apparently is dropped off the computer somewhere along the way. So I am loath to say anything about a combined sound level at the property line without adequate data to support that. The sound wall is probably the best solution, and an L-shaped sound wall would work, I think, extremely well. One thing I would say to the applicant is typically when a sound wall like this is designed, I look back at what Second Chance Center for Animals did with that. The block wall is concrete filled, and that is typically what it takes to really kill a great deal of the sound that would be heard by the neighbors. So that is the only thing I would propose in order to deal with this, rather than a dB level at the property line, because I am loath to suggest an arbitrary measurement without having data to support it. Otherwise, I can make findings based on discussion and additions to what we have said so far by other commissioners.
Okay,
yeah, hey,
okay.
I'd appreciate any feedback from other commissioners on this as to what they think about it, because I don't think it's a large amount of block wall and concrete that it would take based on the site plan to do this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Mr. Schwartz, can you enlarge the conditions again so we can see what you just wrote?
And Chair Ontiveros and Commissioner Ruggles, this is Jess again. The one thing I feel that we should probably clarify in here is where this L-shaped sound mitigation wall, is this, and Zach could probably at some point pull back up the site plan or the aerial photograph of the site, but I think it might be helpful to at least have some agreement with a graphic to reference where this L-shaped sound wall goes.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty easy to determine based on the site plan here and the layout of the church building.
Okay, so Mr. McNeely, can you point out with your cursor where that would be so we can identify it? And Commissioner Ruggles and Vice Chair Walters, could you please review this?
Well, Madam Chair, Zach's got his screen up, so I think maybe I'll let Zach take over here with his
Okay.
cursor, and between Zach and Commissioner Ruggles and any of the other commissioners, discuss where you'd recommend the sound wall go.
Okay.
So
Can you all see my cursor?
Yes, and this is Vice Chair Walters here. And the reason that I had suggested an L-shaped wall was to go along parallel to the main structure, and then turning, going perpendicular across the area, not down at the bottom, but up at the top there. That's where your noise is going to, any noise that goes down will go down towards the highway, and any other noise will go up against the building. So that L-shaped sound wall, and it could be not as far as you have it read there, it would be actually the outer boundary of the playground. That's what I've done in the past on schools and stuff that we built, and works very well. And I hate to admit this, but I do have a little bit of background on sound.
I've got to concur with Commissioner Walters. That is exactly what I was going to suggest also.
Okay. Okay, so you're in agreement there on the red outline for where the L-shaped wall would go.
One other comment on this, I think, given the fact that it is a playground for the school, I don't think there is any necessity for a sound wall higher than the normal 6 feet for a block wall. It was a little different at the old Second Chance when 90 dogs were out there. It took an 8-foot engineered sound wall to take care of that one.
Yeah, this is a little different. Now, there is a DRO with that, so we need to discuss materials and colors probably to get that in as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Best, I wonder if we want to ask the applicant if he wants some flexibility on that. That is not a large playground. I'm sure money is an issue, but he may want to expand that, make it bigger, make it smaller. I don't know. But maybe
Okay.
language that gives the church a little flexibility.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best, and we'll get there. That's a great suggestion. For the time being, let's say that's where it's going to be. We need materials and colors here for the DRO. So can you please help us out with that, Mr. Schwartz?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, actually with fencing, I believe that's one of the items that staff is able to administratively approve the design of against the design review overlay guidelines. But if you could just, I think, let staff know basically what we should be looking at. I mean, I think the guidelines state that we're looking for natural colors and, to the extent possible, natural materials, unless there are good-looking synthetic materials that are attempting to look like natural materials. So if the commission has any idea of something that could narrow it down, that would help, but it might not be necessary. I think staff might have the authority to review it against the DRO guidelines.
Just one thing I'd like to add, that other than a masonry wall, you're not going to get sound mitigation with anything else, really. So it should be specified as preferably masonry, I think, when we talk about the 6-foot height L-shaped sound mitigation wall. You just cannot mitigate the sound any other way. And based on the amount of sound wall that would be required, playground size could probably be reduced slightly. I don't want to impose an undue monetary problem on the church over this. it's not a lot of wall compared to others that we have looked at in the past.
And I might suggest that we define the wall as the north and west perimeter of the playground. I mean, you never know when a parent with a big checkbook's kind of walk in and say, I'd rather have my kid, play soccer out there. And here's a check. So rather than design this so tightly, if the north and west walls are the north and west perimeter of the playground has a sound wall, I think that's what we're trying to do, and let them work out the size depending on the money they have.
Yeah, that would certainly work, I think.
Oh, okay. Mr. Schwartz, could I ask, because we now have given you the material, that would be masonry, and that would be for the purpose of a sound barrier. Do you also, because we don't want to impose any kind of financial hardship on the applicant, is this something, the size of it, the placement of it, is that something also that staff has the ability to place?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I think that the first condition says that we're looking at being substantially compliant with the site plan and that sort of thing. I think that if the applicant were to come in and have a reduced size of a playground, still meeting the intent of this condition here, I think that there's enough flexibility to allow for that to be approved at the staff level.
Okay, very good. Because it is a little hard to design an exact placement and size of this. And I do think that the applicant should have some say in this. And if they can work directly with you, I think that would be the best way to go about this. So it sounds like that is met in number 1. We've added the other conditions. Let's make sure. All righty. Okay, I think that we've got it. So this is Chair Ontiveros, and I also can make the findings with the conditions as modified. So why don't we go ahead and do a motion in a second on the CUP, and then we will do a second one on the DRO.
Just a quick question. I don't have either one pulled up in front of me. The condition dealing with lighting, is that in the CUP or is it in the DRO?
That's in the DRO.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm just going to need a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion that we approve CUP-21-041 with the conditions as modified.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Williams, a second by Commissioner Ruggles for approval of CUP 21-041. Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Chair Ontiveros, I also vote aye. CUP 21-041 passes unanimously. Okay, now we are on the design review overlay. Commissioner Ruggles, do you have any concerns about condition number 3 on the lighting?
The only thing that I have relative to the lighting is the same condition that we added, or the additional sentence we added in a previous CUP, and that is that additional lighting, or I think additional lighting 2,500 lumens or less shall not exceed 2,700 K CCT. And I do have to tell you that the reasoning for that, the last time that we addressed lighting there, I was somewhat remiss in not specifying the type or color temperature of the lighting. So I don't want to be a hypocrite about this, but the 2,500 or the excuse me, it should be 2700K. 2700K lighting is much more readily available than it was with the last go around with lighting. This is what we had specified for the propane sales outfit and also the dollar store, which is essentially on the other side of Highway 89. And I will state again that from a safety standpoint, you lose nothing in terms of how well your parking area is lit with that color temperature lighting.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles, and I know Mr. Schwartz added that on. So if we're ready, let's go ahead and do a motion in a second for the design review overlay, please.
Okay, since I got the mic open, I would like to make a motion for approval of DRO 21-008 with conditions as written and added to by staff.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Ruggles and a second by Commissioner Clifford for approval of DRO 21-008 with conditions as modified. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. DRO 21-008 passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda this evening is case number DRO 21-009.
So good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Jess McNeely with staff. I'm sharing my screen. Are you all seeing it?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, I'm going to try to get you to the slideshow. Okay, are you seeing the slideshow, or do I need to switch my display settings?
No, you're good, Jess.
Okay, good. All right. Well, thank
Okay.
you. So again, this is Kachina Trails Cottages Design Review Overlay, case DRO 2109. Our property owner here is Douglas and Trust Darnell from Flagstaff. Our applicant is Jack Kimmerly from Flagstaff. I believe Jack is with us this evening. Our project location is 3587 Kachina Trail in Kachina Village. Zoning of this property is RM 10A, that's residential multifamily, 10 units per acre, and the site is 1.84 acres. So the request in front of you is for an 18 is to confirm that the design of an 18 unit multifamily development conforms to the Kachina Village Design Review Overlay Guidelines. This is a vicinity map. It actually has the zoning layer turned on here, and you see the subject property is the largest actually of the multifamily zoned parcels in this part of Kachina Village. Immediately north of the subject property, we have a row of duplexes, and immediately south of the subject property, we have a double row of duplexes. Of course, we're right here to the west of I-17 and just southwest of the Kachina Boulevard exit. And we all know, of course, where the pick and run is, right at the corner that was recently approved for an expansion. So this is a photo of the site, kind of about where access to the site would be, and looking east towards I-17. These are a couple of photographs of the existing multifamily development to the north and south of the site. These have been in place for some time. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure these multifamily units were built prior to the Kachina Village Area Plan having DRO, design guideline standards. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant, and this includes the landscaping. So you can see their landscaping plan where they're buffering their development along the Forest Service Road to the east of their site, which then also buffers them from I-17. And they have a good landscaping buffer along Kachina Trail. You also see with this site plan kind of the layout of the units, the duplex units, the A's, and then the B's and C's are fourplex units. So they've staggered those throughout their development. There's also a storage building that you would see on the site, and two enclosed dumpsters on the site as well, and a gazebo. Where was that gazebo? The gazebo's right here where I'm pointing to right now. And the herringbone pattern on the drive aisle here shows that they've got a paver paving unit that they'll be using for their drive aisles and their parking areas. You can see where they have additional guest parking along their south and east perimeter of their site. This is some samples of their building elevations. This is the fourplex unit. So you can see it's 2-story in the middle, and it steps down to 1-story units on the two edges. And you can see how it relates to their floor plan right below it. And these are their duplex units, both a front and a side view. So on all of their units, they're primarily a wood lap siding is the majority of what you see. They've incorporated a board and batten siding in the gables of their units, standard asphalt shingle roof for most of the roof. However, they are using a rusted corrugated metal accent over some of their porch roofing, and they do have Malapai stone bases to all of their porch columns. So you see that on both of the units. This would be the color board submitted by the applicant. So here on the right side of the screen, you see the mix of what all the colors will be throughout the development. And on the left, they have a sample here of Malapai stone for their Malapai stone column bases and the corrugated rusted steel for their porch roof accents. And this image in the upper left-hand corner here is their paving stones that would be used throughout for their drive aisles and their parking areas. To the right here, you have the rusted steel enclosures for their dumpsters, and lower left would be a split block detail of the CMU concrete masonry unit or cinder block units that would enclose their dumpsters. This is the lighting plan submitted by the applicant showing where lighting fixtures go. I've already met with Mark Stento on this. Mark would be able to work with this plan. However, he is going to have requirements that for the fixtures to ensure that the fixtures in the entire development, the entire lighting plan, including fixtures, actually meet county requirements. So staff recommendation here is to approve the plan with fixtures as permitted by the dark sky specialist, and we can get into that. The applicant does indicate that all fixtures are fully shielded and will meet lighting zone 2 as the Kachina Village Area Plan requires. This is their sign plan. So relatively small signs. They would have community maps at the 2 entrances here and here, and a larger monument sign, actually 3 feet by 5 feet. None of it lit here along Kachina Trail. So the real basics of their design to get them in DRO compliance are really the wood lap siding, the corrugated rusted steel, the Malapai stone accents for their porch columns, and the split face block and rusted steel for their dumpster enclosures. You saw their color board, so all of their colors are muted earth tone color selection that do complement the surrounding development and really does complement the surrounding forest and vistas. Their landscaping plan does use local species as required by our ordinance. They certainly have incorporated some human scaling elements, their porch accents, and their lighting is committed to conforming to the ordinance, being fully shielded and being compliant with the Zone 2 requirements. So this is just kind of a summary of staff's recommended 5 conditions. Condition 1, that the building permit conform to the approved site plan elevations, materials, and colors as approved by the DRO, by the commission. That the applicant, as would be required regardless of the DRO, has to file for their building permits, grading, drainage, and encroachment, and environmental quality permits. Of course, this is in Kachina Village, which has the improvement district, so this will go on Kachina Village water and sewer. Item 3, that they have to get a sign permit consistent with the sign section of the zoning ordinance. It conforms to their design submitted, including colors. Item 4, that the lighting permit submittals substantially conform to the approved design plan, site plan. It shall be fully shielded, narrow spectrum amber LED, and shall conform to ordinance requirements for Zone 2. Parking light poles shall not exceed 15 feet in height. That's a specification of the Kachina Village area plan. And fixture details will be as approved with a lighting permit through the county dark sky compliance specialist. And item 4 is that their landscape plan actually be in substantial conformance with what they've submitted, and that would include the local species. And with that, staff does recommend approval. Are there any comments or questions from the commission?
Jess, I have a question.
Yes.
It was a little unclear to me how many parking spaces there are per unit. I mean, there's 2 bedrooms per unit, correct?
Correct.
How many parking spaces attached to the units?
Okay, I would have to, I know the site plan had a, and the zoomed in images I put in the PowerPoint here don't have the parking schedule, but I can pull up their site plan. I believe they specified in their site plan what their actual parking total count is. I know it is in compliance with what the zoning ordinance requires for this zoning. And I believe that's 2 units, 2 parking spaces per unit, and they've included covered parking as well. And they do have some additional guest parking, as we pointed out, around the perimeter. So give me a second here. I'm going to see if I can pull up their full site plan, and I do distinctively remember them having a schedule matrix included in their site plan. Okay, parking calculation, number of units 18, covered spaces required and provided 18, uncovered spaces required 18, total spaces required 36.
So does that include the ones on the guest ones on the perimeter?
So Madam Chair and Commissioner Williams, that's certainly something we can ask the applicant if that includes the ones around the perimeter. But the request in front of you is the DRO for conforming to the design review guidelines for the Kachina Village area plan. What the applicant has demonstrated in their submittal is that they meet the zoning ordinance requirements.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like, let's see, on their residential units, unit A here, and I'll, so all the A units have let's see, 1 covered space at entry, The Unit B units, 1 covered parking space at entry. The Unit C units, 1 covered space at entry. So the covered spaces are at the entries, and then the balance of the additional spaces throughout the development. You can see right here, they've got a couple of uncovered spaces. Is where they get to their required 36.
Okay, well, I understand now we're just on the DRO, but
Mhm.
it seems to me that that needs to be re-looked at because that seems really inadequate amount of parking.
Mhm.
So carry on.
That's a tough, parking consumes a lot of space. So in trying to
Right,
get housing onto space, it starts consuming.
I know, but you know, from having rentals for years, 2 bedrooms is oftentimes 2 people with jobs, and that means 2 cars,
Mhm.
and they stack them up, you know, when there's nowhere to go. So
Mhm.
that's neither here nor there in this case, I guess.
Okay.
So
But certainly be welcome to have the applicants speak on their operation plan and what they see is necessary for parking.
all right, thank you.
So any other questions from commissioners?
Okay, Mr. McNeely, I am not seeing any. So I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address this case tonight. If so, please state your name and address for the record and then proceed with your comments. And I would also like to ask, let me also ask if you have read the staff report and if you agree with the conditions in there.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to hear this case tonight. We have read the staff report and agree with the recommendations that Mr. McNeely has made. And I do not have any additional items to comment on or add to from what Jess has presented to you tonight.
Okay, and would you please state your name and address for the record?
Name is Jack Kimmerly, 908 West Grand Canyon Avenue.
Okay, thank you so much. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I am not seeing any. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask if there is anyone in the public this evening that would like to address the commission on this case. If so, please unmute or raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion and open it up at commission level. Commissioner Clifford.
I can make the findings to approve this. I think it's going to be a good development.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams.
I also can make the findings, and I think it is quite attractive.
Okay, Commissioner Best.
This is a great use of the site. I share Commissioner Williams' concern about parking, but that's for another day.
Okay, Commissioner Burton.
I can make the findings. I think it'll definitely be the most attractive arrangement on that particular row.
Okay, Commissioner Walters.
I think it's a great looking project. I looked this over really well and it's a great project. I can totally support it.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles.
I have to agree with the rest of the commissioners on this. I think it is an excellent project, well designed, should turn out to be a very attractive development. I can make findings for this.
All righty, and this is Chair Ontiveros. I concur with my fellow commissioners' comments. I can make the findings. It's a great looking development. So I will accept a motion in a second, please.
I'll go ahead and do that. I make a motion for approval of DRO 21-009 as stated by staff.
I support that and second it.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Ruggles and a second by Commissioner Walters for approval of DRO 21-009. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Clifford,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Best,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Walters,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles.
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. DRO 21-009 passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is case number CUP 21-043.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It looks like I'm seeing that it says the host has disabled participant screen sharing. So if you can fix that, Marty. There we go. Thank you, Marty. I apologize. Which side are you seeing?
We're seeing the notes presentation side.
Okay. I'm going to start over here.
Yeah, you had it correct a second ago, Bob.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't correct from my end, unfortunately. I'm going to. I'm sorry about this. Step back to. It's not going to make any difference. Okay, is that correct?
Yep, you got it perfect.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Bob Short. I'm principal planner here at the county. Sorry for that little mix up there. This case is a Breck Renewable Energy Project, CUP 21043. In this case, the property owners are Babbitt Ranches LLC, the Department of State Lands, and Antelope Springs Land Company. The applicant is Babbitt Ranch Energy Center LLC, and that's a subsidiary of Next Era Energy Resources of Juno Beach, Florida. Representative is Jill Grams of Swika and Flagstaff. Location of the site is about 7.5 miles southeast of Grand Canyon Junction, also known as Valley. And that is on CO Bar Ranch, which is part of the Babbitt Ranches. The size of the property is a 669 acre portion of a 49,701 acre site. It includes 26,000 acres, 26,045 acres of private land, 23,021.3 acres of state trust land, and 634.7 acres of national forest. National forest land is not within the county's jurisdiction. It's just used as access in this case. The zoning is general. And this is the request. It's for a renewable energy project. It would include 60 turbine sites for up to 54 turbines. So there are some sites that wouldn't be used. They want to have a variety, some flexibility in their site determination, and also associated underground collection lines. There are 500 to 800 acres of solar panels with underground collection lines, a 60 megawatt battery storage system, a collector substation, communication lines, and a microwave tower, 3 meteorological towers, one that's already there and 2 that are proposed, a 500-foot gen tie line. And my understanding is that ties the collector substation into the main 500K line. 2 laydown yards and parking areas. Those are for construction of the site. They would be removed once construction is done. And a permanent operations and maintenance building, O&M building, and also access roads. And this is a vicinity map showing the project site. If you look, if you notice that Flagstaff is down toward the bottom of on the south side, down toward the bottom of the map, and Valley is up here, you'll notice that that is a very large site. If you've driven 180 to Valley, it takes a while to get there, and that takes up a considerable piece of land, of course. And I did want to kind of give you a little orientation as to where other wind farms are located. Perrin Ranches is in the Red Lakes area south of this site, south of Valley. It is an existing site. It is operating. Chevelon Butte is down in the southeast corner of the county. It has been approved, but is not currently constructed or operating. And then this is the location of the Breck site right here. This is a site plan showing the subject property. All of the blue dots are the potential wind turbine sites all the way out into here. The purple areas are potential solar array sites. This is where the solar array would potentially be. They are indicating, the applicants indicating at this point that they're looking at about 600 acres probably, and it would only include one of these sites. So not all of them, only about one. Each of these sites is 1 square mile. That's 640 acres. And as you look at this site, you can see that you should note that the blue sections are all state trust land. The white sections are private land. And down here, right here, this is National Forest property that I was talking about earlier. There are 3 locations of forest that are for access to the site. There is one, I believe it's off the map. It goes partially, it's kind of the main entrance into Babbitt Ranches. It goes across forest land before, actually this, I'm sorry, this is actually that location. It's the main location of the Babbitt Ranches that goes across forest land into Babbitt Ranches. This is the power line road through here along the power line. And then this is another site, another access. And the basic reason for this is because the power line road might not support the large trucks that would bring these wind turbines into the site, because sagging in that big KV line might conflict with the transportation of these parts up into the site. So they have actually expanded the site out just to include this road that would go around and be able to transport those parts of those components of the site into here. Otherwise, the wind turbine sites still stay pretty far away from South Rim Ranches, which you can see on this side. This is some background of the site and their environmental assessment. This property is used for cattle ranching going all the way back to 1886, when the Babbitt brothers first came to Arizona, and the ranch operation will continue after this. There are very few other uses of the site. It's just, there's pipeline, there's electrical transmission lines, but not a lot else going on except for the ranch operation. So the site is vacant ranch land, and the environmental assessment determined that there wasn't significant hazardous material or petroleum products or spills on the site. They did identify 6 protected plant species and 2 non-native invasive plant species. And this is, again, the site access. I'll just go over this quickly. We've already kind of looked at this, but it's Forest Road 144, the main entrance into Babbitt Ranches, the Power Line Road, and Forest Service Road 87. These all require access from Highway 180. So encroachment permits will be required from ADOT. That is an ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation facility. So each of these will require encroachment permits from ADOT. And just wanted to show you a couple of pictures of the site. Obviously, cattle ranching operations going on. This is on west side of the power line. You can see the power line also goes through here. And this is another picture of the site further up to the north. This is around the location where the solar array might be installed. It would be a little bit north of here, I think. The applicant is proposing 3 different types of wind turbines, potential types of wind turbines. This one is the largest one. It would have a hub height, that is to the hub right here in the middle, of 384 feet. And when the blade is straight up, the ultimate height, the maximum height of the turbine would be 614 feet. And in terms of the solar panels and battery storage, the panels would be 10 feet high by 3¼ feet wide. They're installed on a racking system with support piles driven into the ground. The panels would angle from 2 feet off the ground on one end to 12 feet off the ground on the other end. And of course, you probably know that panels all tilt to the, or turn to the south, and they would tilt and follow the sun as it moved across the sky during the day. This broad range of 500 to 800 acres that they have cited is necessary because they really don't know how much it's going to take to achieve what they need. What they need is 60 megawatts of solar output. So they don't know, based on solar technology, different types of conditions of the site. So that's where that broad range came from. As I've already said, they are estimated at this point about 600 acres. And that would be on one entirely fenced site, probably about a section. The 60 megawatt battery storage facility may be located on a 5 acre site, just one big facility, kind of like metal storage containers, or it could be integrated throughout the solar array, depending on what the off-taker or the buyer of the electricity would like. I want to talk about the wildlife study. This is probably the most important part of this application. The applicant has been coordinating with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Arizona Department of Game and Fish, AGFD, since 2010. They've been working on wildlife out here for a long time. The pre-construction wildlife survey plan does meet AGFD and USFWS's guidelines for the development of wind energy. Both of those agencies have indicated that the plan does meet their requirements. And post-construction and ongoing wildlife surveys will continue to be monitored by AGFD. We'll talk about some of the species that were found on the site or that they looked at. They did determine that 5 federally listed species may occur on the site, and those are the species: Mexican spotted owl, California condor, yellow-billed cucock, northern Mexican garter snake, and the cactus. They have, however, indicated that 4 of the species are unlikely to occur on the sites. Condors may occur on the site, but none have been identified closer than 10 acres from the site. So the conclusion the applicant makes in this case is that none of these species would be jeopardized or adversely affected by the project. And there are also 21 species designated as species of greatest concern by the state of Arizona that may occur on this site. 4 of those are known to occur: the common nighthawk, the golden eagle, pinon jay, and the pronghorn. And these are species specifically identified by the state of Arizona. There are no known bat roost or movement corridors within the project area. However, it's important to point out that extensive bat surveys have not been completed. So they are not known, but since there haven't been extensive surveys, that is still kind of an unknown. The project area is the year-round range of golden eagles and the wintering range for bald eagles. Golden eagle nests were identified in the area, and the project site was designed to develop them. To avoid those nests. And I'll show you a map here. The applicant has provided. It shows several golden eagle nests that were found in the area. And you note that the project site has remained away from those eagle nests. There are also wildlife movement corridors in this area. So it contains wildlife connectivity zones and wildlife movement areas for elk, deer, pronghorn, and of course other animals. It should be noted that the wind turbines themselves, they have small footprints. They don't cover a lot of area, especially when they have been built, and they start off with about a 2-acre disturbance area, and that is cut way back. I believe it's about a 0.65, actually a 0.065 acreage area for the footprint. So there's plenty of room for animals to move around the wind turbines. Of course, that's a different story for the solar array. It needs to be completely fenced to keep animals out, because as you can see, if a solar panel is only 2 feet off the ground, that's not going to be good if large animals are moving through that area. So in this case, however, it looks like we're only looking at one section, so it doesn't take up a lot of space. Animals can move around that one section of land. And this shows some of the movement areas that are around the project site. You can see the project site here. These are general movement areas through the site. In terms of cultural resources, there were 61 prehistoric and historic sites identified on the site. The Arizona Register of Historic Places, the ARHP sites, will be avoided when possible, and all applicable laws will be followed if avoidance is not possible. These ARHP sites must be mitigated if they are disturbed. I want to look at now I want to go into the visual analysis. With the visual analysis, the applicant has picked out key observation points. These are places that are important. There's a possibility that the site can be seen from these places. So they picked out 9 of them here. And I wanted to note that over on this side, this is the Arizona Trail that goes through the site. It's recently been realigned, so it's now more of a single track where it was, I think, just a roadway, going through this area. Some of the important spots you can see is KOP 1 here. And this is Highway 180. It's also determined to be a scenic corridor. We'll look at that in a second, but that's KOP 5. That's an important site. And also we're here in South Rim Ranches, are looking at KOP 7, 8, and 9. So I want to kind of concentrate on those 3 places. The applicant also did contacted 17 different tribal entities, and they were contacted by the Havasupai tribe that indicated that Red Butte, which is, it's not shown in this map, it's north and off of 64, that Red Butte was a sacred site for them. So I want to also show you, they did a key observation point, a visual simulation from that spot. I want to show you that as well. But anyway, first I want to talk about the scenic resources that I was just referring to. As you know, as some of you probably know, the county is working on a renewable energy ordinance, also called a RIO, and it has defined scenic resources, and there are 2 of them in this particular case. There's a 31-mile section of US Highway 180 the closest turbine to this highway is 3.85 miles away, and most of the turbines are 6 to 12 miles from the highway. And there's also that 24.5 mile segment of the Arizona National Scenic Trail. The closest turbine to that is 0.56 miles from the trail. And that is something that the Arizona Trail Association agreed to, that turbines wouldn't be closer than basically half a mile from the trail. Okay, so these are the KOPs. These are the visual simulations. In this particular case, this is from the National Scenic Trail, and I'm just going to show you the most significant ones. Obviously, there are 9 of these. I'm just going to show you 3 of them in the slide presentation. I think the commission has any others. They are in the packet. This is before the site is constructed, and down here you can see the wind turbines that are very visible. This is where they'd be most visible from any other site probably. So you can see them along here. And I also, since those are kind of difficult to see, I like to kind of zoom in and show you what they look like in more detail. And this is KOP 5. This is from Highway 180. At this point, there's kind of a break in the vegetation along Highway 180. There's a lot of vegetation, and there's some elevation that kind of hides a lot of this. But then in this particular spot, this is when it kind of breaks open, and you could see the turbines. So this is before construction, and down here you can see the turbines off in the distance. If you look over behind one of these trees, there are additional turbines. These are the closest turbines, and they may or may not be constructed here. The applicant has some flexibility because, as I said before, there are 60 potential sites and they only want to erect 54 turbines. So I wanted to show you a close-up of that as well. You can see those 3 back in here, and then these, and then some more that become, more visible as you zoom in on it. And then finally, this is the top of Red Butte. This is what it looks like before construction. And then this is what it would look like after construction. They're very hard to see. I think when you're actually standing here and the turbines are construction, you probably will be able to see them. They are light colored, and they do stand out in face of the dark green shrubbery, the trees that are back there. So just to give you a little bit better angle, I did zoom in on that a little bit so you can see the turbines back in the distance here. One of the things the applicant did not show is the location of the solar panels. We don't. And I guess part of that is they don't know where they're going to go at this point. They haven't determined exactly where they will be. The applicant has the applicant and the representative has been very involved with the draft Renewable Energy Ordinance, the RIO. And in their application, they did address some of, actually a couple of places where this application doesn't meet the standards of the RIO. The first one would be minimum setback of 1.5 mile from residential properties. And the other one would be shadow flicker. Shadow flicker is the motion of shadows created by the wind turbine blades between the sun and a receptor. So when those blades are going down in the sun, and when the blades are rotating and the sun is going down or coming up, it creates quite a bit of flicker. It creates a lot of, that's the best I can explain it, as flicker, basically. So it doesn't meet those 2 requirements. However, all of the private property in this area is owned by Babbitt Ranches, and that's considered participating properties as defined in the RIO. So the RIO specifies participating properties. It means either properties owned, where the actual project is being constructed, or nearby properties that have signed up with the applicant, that are cooperating with the applicant, participating in the project. So in this case, there's nothing out here except Babbitt Ranch property. There really isn't a lot of other property in this area around where the site is being constructed. And I also wanted to talk about turbine noise. The nearest non-participating property is 4.8 miles away, so it would not be noticeable to anyone nearby. It might be heard by people walking on the Arizona Trail, but otherwise, probably not anyone else. In terms of citizen participation, 1,750 property owners within 5 miles of the subject properties were notified of the application and invited to a virtual meeting held on February 24th, 2021. Over 100 people attended the meeting. And if you look in your narrative, you'll see a summary of the general and specific comments, along with the applicant's responses to those comments. So that's all provided in the narrative. And sometimes they just talked about general topics that came up a lot and talked about how they responded to those, because there were some themes of things that people were concerned about. Staff has also received additional comments over the last few days, and those had been sent to the commission via email. Public concerns included visual impacts, property values, wildlife displacement, and fire risk. Most commenters did not support the project, but some did support renewable energy. I think the commission has seen some emails where people just had a generally supported renewable energy, and they like this project because of that. And I just want to talk about, there are a lot of conditions here. I just wanted to kind of run over some of the main conditions, some of the highlights. An aircraft detection lighting system will be required on all wind turbines. The electrical collection lines will all need to be installed underground. And there are exceptions as written in that condition when topography does not allow for this, when it makes it too difficult to do this, as approved by the Community Development Director. There are standards for decommissioning the site after use. The applicant is required to provide annual status reports documenting post-construction operational impacts, and required to take measures developed to address these impacts. And finally, the applicant shall meet AGFD and USFWS guidelines for wind energy projects. Now, we had quite a bit of discussion with the applicant, and they did not like this original condition, and we understood why as we looked at it. And the main thing that this condition has, it basically relates to the solar array and the fence around the solar array. And this was actually straight out of the Rio, but we're rethinking, I think staff is kind of rethinking how this would work in the Rio with this experience with the applicant. And what is said was that the security fencing around the solar array would have to leave a 6-inch gap underneath at the bottom. And this was to allow small game, small animals to move through the site, such as rabbits and different kinds of animals. But as we talked to the applicant, they said that could create a hazard, for animals that might chew on the electrical equipment, the electrical wiring in the solar panels. So we have changed it. The part that is, I've struck out part of it, and we have added an additional part that basically says the fencing can come all the way down to the ground as long as the site is not more than 640 acres. And I wanted to look at some of the rationale for that. The wildlife planner looked at this and gave us some rationale for that. Basically, medium-sized animals could cause damage, while small animals would not cause damage. And you can imagine if you have a site this size, small animals like mice, they will get in there. There's no way to keep them out. But larger animals like rabbits, they can actually chew and cause damage, to the electrical of the solar panels. Also, there are no threatened or endangered species that need to be specifically protected. It does allow for one fully fenced section, 640 acres, which would not result in significant habitat loss. Movement would not be significantly blocked due to the large expanses of undeveloped habitat surrounding the section. And it's important to point out that this determination would not set a precedent for future projects, which would be analyzed on an individual basis. We may get much larger solar projects. In fact, there are some in the works, and we will have to rethink this and rethink how this would work for those projects. These are the findings of fact for a conditional use permit. I have addressed each of these in the staff report, and we can talk about any of them. I've also included many comp plan policies and goals in the staff report. So if you have any questions about that, we can discuss that. And with that, staff recommends approval of CUP 21043 with the 17 recommended conditions. And with that, I'll take any questions from the commission.
This is Commissioner Best. I was part of that conversation about the fencing in our site visit last week. And I'm also on the committee working on the renewable energy ordinance. And one of our principles with solar is to try to retain landscapes as much as possible in their natural condition, which is to say, not go in and lay down gravel and have endless rounds of highly toxic weed killer, trying to keep the weeds down. We know that we've got some challenges there. If we've got a square mile of solar worth $100 million or whatever it's worth, grass under the collectors could carry fire, which could have a great impact, negative impact on the whole facility. So we've got a challenge. We talked about somebody with a lawnmower, but it is not resolved in my head exactly how this is going to work. But bottom line for me is I would just not like to have a square mile of weed killer based bare ground out there. And I'd like to hear from the applicant at some point how that's going to work, but I wonder if you have any input on that. We were kind of in the same conversation, and I think maybe you followed up on it a little later.
Commissioner Best, I think that would be that's a good question for the applicant. What are the logistics of using weed killer over other methods? What are their plans? And that I have to agree that is kind of a difficult one, but I would look to the applicant to answer that.
Okay. I think that's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Short, this is Chair Ontiveros, and I've got two questions. The first one is found it's stemming from page 8 of your staff report. It is the second paragraph, last sentence that states, and I quote, AGF has indicated that a second year of avian surveys has not been completed, and it is unclear what impacts the turbines would have on the avian species, and if the current site placement of turbines is the one that would have the least impact on avian species. Do you know when did AGFD make this request for a 2-year study, and why hasn't it been provided yet?
Madam Chair, as I discussed before, they have been coordinating with AGFD since 2010. I know that's when they started their official studies moving forward. And my understanding is that the study, the second year of studies will be done in December. And the applicant can, address that in more detail. But December 2021 is when the studies would be over. Now, there are some ways at this point that the turbines can be moved around if, if it is determined that these aren't the best locations. There's actually two ways. The one is, as you have seen, they have 60 sites and 54 turbines. So some of those sites, there's quite a bit of flexibility there. Also within the staff report, it indicates under condition 1 that the turbines can be moved to a certain extent if it doesn't affect many things like wildlife and like cultural resources, those kinds of things, or visual as well. So there is some flexibility to move those around, but again, I'm not an expert on this. So I would have to defer to the applicant to describe why, why this timeline is in place. But there is, certainly some flexibility left at this point.
Okay, and that may be a better question for the applicant. I guess what stood out to me, and this is for, I guess, you and the applicant, is that the current site placement, and I'm reading it right out of the staff report, it actually says that the current site placement is not one that we don't know if this is the best one. And we want to, I'm pretty sure we want to be sure it's the best one, because it's not like you can just move these around. So I'm thinking that maybe construction would not start until after. I guess maybe the applicant needs to speak to this, because at some point there are 60 proposed sites, but they only need 54. So at some point the actual sites are going to have to be designated. And I'm wondering if maybe that is going to come in after this report is done. I'm going to leave that for the applicant. The only other question that I have, and this is also on page 8 of your staff report. It is in the first paragraph, the last sentence. And it says the applicant also briefly discusses bats and indicates there are no known bat roosts within 10 miles of the project area, but also notes that this may be because of a lack of bat roost surveys in the area. I started thinking about this. I thought about this case a lot. And I started thinking about this case has been studied now for 10 years. And I'm wondering why there haven't been studies regarding this in that time period. Would that be a better a question for the applicant, Mr. Short?
Madam Chair, yes, and I apologize. There's a lot of wildlife, wildlife issues, of course, in this case. And I don't happen to be a wildlife, an expert in that field. We also have the wildlife planner here. She might be able to answer some of those questions. But I think in this case, this might be something for the applicant. And I don't know if you remember, but with the Chevron case, it was basically the same thing. I'm not sure about the difficulty level of doing these types of studies, but it was exactly the same thing. There were no known, bat roost, but on the other hand, there hadn't been a survey of the site to see. So.
Okay. All right. Those are all of the questions that I have. I know the applicant is with us tonight, and I know the applicants heard those questions. So after their presentation, if they could address them, I would appreciate it. I'm looking to see if any other commissioners have any questions. I am not seeing.
Madam Chair, I do have one more question.
Yeah, please
If
go
I may,
ahead.
there was someone who wrote in opposition to this who said they lived a 1.25 miles away. I think it just came in today. Is that correct? Oh, where is that? My understanding was there were no houses that close.
Commissioner Best, there would be houses, there are actually houses, or not houses, but properties adjacent. But I apologize, I have not looked at where that particular comment came in pretty late today, and I didn't.
Yeah,
was
I
not able to
didn't
look
see
and
an address on it or any way to locate it. So that's just a question, and I'll let you work on it.
Okay.
Okay, and I do, Mr. Short and Commissioner Best, I do know what comment he's talking about. It is the one that came in from Dana and Kathy Bodnar, Bodnar. Okay, and with that, let me get back on toggling between screens here. I am not seeing any other commissioners with their hands raised or muted. So at this time, I'm going to, oh, excuse me, Commissioner Clifford. Yes, please go ahead.
Clarification on that. They say that the Babbitt West fence is, or I'm sorry, they own property up to the Babbitt West fence, and that the project is less than a mile and a quarter from their house. But if I look at the plan, the first point where they would be putting up a tower is 5+ miles away from that west fence. So I don't know where the 1.25 miles is coming into effect. I think that's the one that Commissioner Best is talking about also.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to add that I did a pretty extensive search of the county assessor's data in an attempt to find a property that was that close, and I had no luck at all finding anything. So I don't know quite what we have here.
And I did the same thing, and I couldn't find a property owner. The only property owner with that last name up there was a 1 acre in kind of downtown Valley. So I had no luck trying to figure out where it was either.
That's exactly the same result I had, same as Commissioner Williams.
Okay. Perhaps they are joining us tonight and they can offer some, the Bodnars are joining us tonight and they can offer some clarification. While we're talking about this letter, another thing that they write in here is it says, we enjoy seeing the eagles and the condors and the brown bats. And that also caught my attention, but we can pick that up later. But that is something that I noticed in this letter as well. So to stay in order here, let's go ahead. Commissioner Williams, do you have any other comments? Nope, you're muted. Okay, I don't see any of the other commissioners unmuted or hands raised. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the applicant and the applicant's representative. Everyone go ahead and state your name and address for the record and make your presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Warda Abbasi, and I am representing NextEra Energy Resources tonight. I would like to start tonight's presentation with some background information on our company. We are an American-owned and operated company with more than 26,000 megawatts of total net generating capacity as of 2020. And our company is one of the largest wholesale generators of electric power in the US, developing projects in 47 states and Canada. Our parent company is NextEra Energy Inc., a Fortune 200 company, and has 3 principal businesses: Florida Power and Light Company, Gulf Power, and NextEra Energy Resources. Babbitt Ranch Energy Center, or BREC as we internally call it, is a wholly owned subsidiary of NextEra Energy Resources. Renewable energy is good for our environment and for our economy. Wind and solar are low-cost sources of energy that are highly competitive with other forms of generation. They represent a clean, renewable source of energy, create no greenhouse gases or other air pollutants, use no water resources to generate electricity, create no waste byproducts, result in no hazardous cleanup at the end of projects' productive life. In 2019, by investing in wind energy, customers of energy resources offset more than 41.9 million tons of carbon dioxide, which is equivalent to taking nearly 8 million cars off the road or avoiding the use of more than 85 million barrels of oil. BREC will help further the state of Arizona's clean energy goals. In May 2021, Arizona Corporation Commission proposed amendment to renewable energy portfolio standard, requiring Arizona utilities to reduce carbon emissions 50% by 2032 and reach zero emissions by 2070. APS is committed to supplying 100% carbon-free energy by 2050. SRP is committed to 90% carbon reduction by 2050. Tucson Electric is committed to 80% carbon reductions by 2035. Utilities have also planned closures of Navajo Generating Station and the Choya Power Plant, which is a total of 3.27 gigawatts of capacity coming offline in the next couple of years. To put it in perspective, 3.27 gigawatts can power approximately 1.3 million homes. BREC is positioned to fill a small portion of that gap. BREC will provide local employment opportunities, up to 250 construction jobs and approximately 4 to 7 good paying full-time jobs to maintain and operate this facility. A stable, reliable income, regardless of weather, in the form of lease payments to the Babbitt ranches, while much of the project area will remain as an operating cattle ranch. County tax revenues to benefit the Coconino County. Lease payments to Arizona State Land Department to provide funding for Arizona schools. Indirect income to the Coconino County, to local businesses, hotels, restaurants, caterers, office supply companies. BREC was designed to keep in mind the natural landscape of the ranch. The site has been understudy for 10 years and seeks to avoid impacts to sensitive environmental and cultural resources. It is in a remote location to minimize impacts to residential areas, the closest residences being approximately 4.8 miles away. This design incorporates county's recommended setbacks, and wind and solar energy at the end of the day is homegrown. It doesn't get much more homegrown than electricity generated in your own community to benefit your own community. Wind energy helps move our country towards energy independence and reduce our dependence on foreign oil. We have a few conditions we would like to discuss with the commission, but before doing that, I would really like to have Billy Cardasco, the president and general manager of Babbitt Ranches LLC, to say a few words, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes, that is. Mr. Cardasco, please go ahead. And of course, we know your name, but state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, go ahead and raise it all the way up. So, my name is Bill Cardasco, and President and General Manager of Babbitt Ranches in Flagstaff, Arizona. Well, I sure do know a lot of you. And first, I'd like to mention that Babbitt Ranches, you all know 1886, but that makes this year 135 years of being here in Northern Arizona. And it's pretty special to get to celebrate 135 years and know how many people have been a part of that throughout that time. A lot of our relatives and a lot of our friends and family. So anyhow, thought that I would start back in 1990. I'm not going all the way back to 1886, but I did think that 1990 might be a benchmark for all of us, because in 1990, I was a younger person at the time, and Babbitt's was going through a lot of successional changes. There were a lot of different things happening in here in Northern Arizona as well. But one of the things that was happening for Babbitt Ranches is the pressure to sell. And we had offers from neighboring entities in the early 1990s. And then there ended up being this big push for 40-acre development. Many of you might remember in the 80s and 90s, that push. And because Babbitt's was going through a lot of successional changes, we actually said, we have to say either yes or no to our future and what it's going to be. And so we actually had a real estate developer come in the very early 1990s and show us what a 40-acre development would look like across Babbitt Ranches. More importantly, what the value of that would be to the owners and, over time. What was absolutely remarkable, and I remember in those days, the butterflies that I had. I was so excited about the future of Babbitt Ranches, but we needed to know, what was all this about? These offers, the 40-acre development, and so on and so forth. The owners went and took it to a vote, and it was absolutely unanimous not to go that direction. It was a benchmark. There was, however you want to call it, but what it established was a new mission statement for Babbitt Ranches. And that mission statement is, through our efforts of learning and understanding, Babbitt Ranches, a family business and pioneering land company, raises livestock, manages natural resources, promotes science, and participates in the broader community in order to join, share, and to do the very best we know how. Then what happened was it just opened doors. The first thing that really happened was a land ethic. And we started to really kind of have discussions and conversations about what does land ethic mean to us. And certainly folks like Aldo Leopold and many others like Aldo Leopold were very instructive in guiding some of that ethic, but it got well seated in a family that already probably had it in them from 1886, but it got reestablished and well articulated. Then what happened from that was, okay, well then how do we apply that responsibility, that obligation, that sense of accountability to this land ethic? And of course, that included the conservation, stewardship, and most importantly, relationships. And at Babbitt Ranches, just every relationship that could be made was so exciting and so welcome. The next thing that happened was, in order to accomplish all this conservation and stewardship, we really needed to have our own entity that could oversee it all. So we created what is now known as the Landsward Foundation. The Landsward Foundation is a science and research nonprofit built on the goals and objectives of what was going to be the United States Biological Survey that was being developed in the 90s. So we took the goals and objectives and basically formed this nonprofit for us as a private nonprofit, and then just dumped everything into it that was associated with science, research, conservation, and so on and so forth. Many of you might remember one of the first things that the public kind of would have recognized from all this was the conservation efforts. We established, along with Coconino County, a vehicle by which we could donate a portion of the cataract conservation easement to the county, along with Nature Conservancy. At the time, it was probably somewhere around 6th or 7th largest conservation easement in the United States. Then came Cedar Ranch, Cedar Springs, as some of you may know it. That all went to the county, and that's just north of the San Francisco Peaks and is in conservation. One for research specifically was an 80,000 acre area north of Wapatki, and that has been opened up for research for all kinds of different aspects of research. Then the last one that has been established is Windy Wilson, which is north of Williams. It's 12,000 acres, and it protects all the prairie dog towns over in that area. And that's a 10-year conservation easement with the Arizona Game and Fish. Well, so we get all this going. And then what happens is Coconino County in 2003 wants to establish the county comprehensive plan. And I remember being with some of you, and anyway, and if you recall what it felt like when we were going through it, it was exciting. It was a really fresh and inspiring time. because we were talking about things that had never really been talked about in a comprehensive plan. As a matter of fact, Coconino County received quite a bit of acknowledgement and recognition for that particular plan. But it really highlighted the things that we're talking about even today. Sensitive lands, it talked about wildlife and vegetation, ecological health and soils, sustainability, cultural and historical protection, along with some other things as well. But what got put into that comprehensive plan that absolutely meant the most to me, and hopefully to everybody else, was at the very, very beginning of that comprehensive plan was a land ethic and what that meant to the county. And it was absolutely outstanding to have that in there. But what it did is it put in parallel Babbitt Ranches and our vision of the future straight up the alley with Coconino County. So since then, I thought this might be a little bit fun to tell you, because we've all been a part of these discussions over the years. And some of you have actually even participated in some of these efforts. But all the way from the Little Colorado River, we've been doing genetics on those Fremont cottonwoods down there, learning about how to adapt restoration along streams and rivers for climate change. We have things coming across from there that are associated with the black-footed ferret. It's #1 endangered mammal species in all of North America, and it's been released on Babbitt Ranches. All the studies of prairie dog towns, their habitat, all of that had been done, and that was in concert with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Of course, there's been the Quasi Plains pedio cactus, which was really curious because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service ended up needing to really deal with some land issues associated with the Quasi Plains pedio cactus. We already knew all about where the habitat was. We even actually had some trends associated with pedio cactus, thanks to John Goodwin, and a book that ultimately got produced on the grasses, the shrubs, and the trees of Babbitt Ranches. And it's a great handbook if anybody would like to have one of those. The ruins and the cultural side and historic sites on Babbitt Ranches, our memorandum of understanding with the National Park Service and with Potki National Monument is rather extraordinary to participate together in the not only the assessing and collecting of site locations and so on and so forth, but also directly the protection of sites. On Babbitt's, it's not super well known, but there is a 5-room, 2-story pueblo with a kiva on private land. This thing has been completely restored. It has been protected, and it is really a special thing. But that's just an example of volumes of the cultural and historical site evaluations that we have across Babbitt Ranches and continue to do. And a lot of that was with Chris Downham and others there at NAU. The Arizona Trail being donated by Babbitt's to make the final connections from Mexico to Utah through our private lands. It was really exciting. And of course, we did quite a bit of that with Coconino County as well. That's been a lot of fun. Of course, we're in agriculture, our cattle operations, even though the last couple of years, it was a bit tough. We kept a good attitude about it all. And with these rains this summer, I can tell you that relief is one of the greatest feelings that a person can ever have. And we have an abundance of relief right now. But we have a lot to do looking at conservation, grazing programs, and regenerative programs with our livestock as we move forward. Going into recreation, it is clearly becoming one of the #1 land uses in all of anywhere, but in Northern Arizona. And that includes Babbitt Ranches. We purchased the Nordic Village to kind of put us in the center of how to learn and understand what constitutes recreation. We're moving away from management. We're going to move to ethics. This is going to take a lot of elbow grease and a lot of education. But that's the model that we're looking at as we learn at Nordic Village how to kind of do this and get that information out to the recreationists. It will go broader across Babbitt Ranches so that there is some framework, some way of understanding how to deal with recreation across our lands. The Mars rovers, you all are pretty familiar with. Before they went to Mars, they were actually tested on Babbitt Ranches. That was a lot of fun to keep that secret for a couple of days while they ground truth them. Of course, the Apollo missions, and a lot of this other science with JPL and NASA. And then one thing I wanted to mention that has been really extraordinary over the last several years is our application to the International Dark Skies. It is moving forward. It'll be about another year before we hopefully are able to publicly announce that Babbitt Ranches has been designated as one of the few private land areas internationally to be designated as dark skies. And so that's all in motion. Now, I just wanted to kind of finish up on this with regard to in 2005, Babbitt Ranches actually purchased an anemometer tower. and located it out at Spiderweb near Gray Mountain. And this was along with Bill Auberly and others at NAU and our Landsward Foundation. It also includes, just a little bit later than that, along with Tom Acker and his group, doing some solar evaluations. Babbitt's understood that renewable energy was kind of headed in our direction, but they really wanted to learn and understand what it all meant and try to put their arms around it the best they could. And how did it actually fit in with the ethic, our constitution for our company, and so on and so forth. And so we've set on a course of a lot of education over those years. And anyway, in 2010, with NextEra, we signed an agreement. We actually signed 2 agreements, and they were for 2 different locations. One of the locations is the location we're talking about tonight. The other location was further over to the west. When they went to do their first surveys, they found golden eagle nests on the very first helicopter flight. And I think by maybe within a half hour of landing the helicopter, they called and they said, Billy, this area is not going to work for a wind farm because of these golden eagles. And I remember hanging up the phone and anyway, thinking, okay, I need to convey this to the Babbitt family. We were excited and about the possibility, the potential. We were inspired by thinking we were going to be a part of renewable energy and what that meant not only to us, but also to our communities and to the future of Babbitt Ranches and a lot of things. So I sat there in the office for a few minutes, and it wasn't probably about, well, I'll just say somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes later, I called Tom Kornkevich back up. He had called to tell me this. And I said, well, Tom, if those golden eagle nests are so valuable to stop and halt a wind farm, just, by their presence there, then those eagles must really be something else out there, these territories. I says, we need to come up with a golden eagle conservation plan and put it in place. And it was so fun because Tom says, well, what is that? And anyway, it was a little bit pioneering and we had a great conversation after that. But since then, I'll tell you, when it comes to learning about golden eagles, I think that as a private landowner, there isn't anywhere even close in the country that has the data, has the analysis, has the feel and the instinct and the experiences associated with the approximately 12 territories of golden eagles across Babbitt Ranches. And so anyhow, with all of that, we did studies that included cottontails, jackrabbits, included prairie dogs, habitat, parasites and nests, recreation issues, supplemental feeding, and many other things as well. And so a little over a year ago, we were finally able to put a proposal together that went to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This proposal is an offset proposal for all renewable energy take of golden eagles that could be applied across the United States. It's that big, and we will be finished having continued visits with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service over the next couple of weeks. And another very, very special thing to tell you is that in order to make this happen, we needed to put an actual project on the ground. To do that, we designated SP Crater, worked with the Arizona Game and Fish Department, the Arizona State Land Department, and Landsward Foundation. And the 3 of us had put together an agreement that is now signed, that is enforced by the Arizona Game and Fish Department. No lead shooting in that area around SP Crater, no shooting of prey base in and around that area. And it's going to manage recreation impacts on the golden eagle nests in that area during breeding season. It's absolutely terrific. And to have the relationship with the Arizona Game and Fish Department and the Arizona State Land Department in order to do this is really, really special for all of us here in Coconino County, and how it may have a ripple effect for so many other efforts and discussions and challenges that we've had in the past as we move forward with things. So with all of that, just real quick briefly on this with the renewable income, or renewable energy. In 2019, renewable energy really had a big surge and push in trying to find lands, get projects going, and so on and so forth. We already had the agreements with NextEra, but we really needed to kind of just review where we were on this. So with our agreements, when we visit with the developer, our constitution, our principles, our values, our land ethic, our Landsward Foundation goals and objectives, our science, our research, our commitment to the landscape, our commitment to monitoring, our commitment to the long-term health of these grasslands, the wildlife, all these other things are actually put into the agreements. A lot of these things that I see up here tonight, they're already in our agreements because Babbitt wants those same things as the county does when it comes to a lot of these things. We're also looking now at our ages that are been around Babbitt Ranches. I've been here for 35 years. We're starting to look, okay, what's the next generation, the generation after that going to be doing? So a lot of our thinking is starting to come along in that, and renewable energy is definitely where those folks are going to want to head, and we want to give them the opportunity to participate in that. A big one for our family was that ultimately this is a temporary use of the land. You know, sounds like, you know, an agreement for 30 years is a long time, even 40 years. But again, I've worked here for 35 years. If we had built this 35 years ago, I'd be here right now starting to talk about the reclamation of taking the project potentially down. So yes, it sounds like a long time, but really it's not. So for the owners, it was a very comfortable thing for them to realize that this is a temporary use. There will be a generation or a generation after that that will see these lands like we do today, and their opportunities to apply land ethic and the Constitution will be wide open for them. So, and then with all of that, we still get to keep on doing everything we do. There is absolutely nothing that changes on Babbitt Ranches because of this development. As a matter of fact, it's going to assist us to have, well, an income stream for starters. And anyway, but it's just enforcing our vision for where we want to go to in the future with a healthy landscape, open space, recreation opportunities, learning and understanding about the environment, participating in climate change issues, international dark skies, and really providing something special to next generations that they are not going to get in a lot of places around this world. And anyway, so with all of those things, I just wanted to mention that our cornerstones here at Babbitt Ranches are our Constitution and what we call cowboy essence. And that cowboy essence are those character qualities, those values, those principles that make us who we are, that we want to be held accountable to. And it's all about the character and desire, developing self-awareness of who we are, and that we are always striving to be our best. So anyway, appreciate the time to visit with you all. I do want to say I appreciate all of the things you guys have done all these years. We've been a part of it together. So where we are tonight really is a terrific example of what we've been talking about for so long, and talking about what to do for private landowners and how to keep open space and how to keep all these things tied together. We really, really feel strong that this is awesome. So thank you for the visit. And anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cordasco. This is Chair Ontiveros, and those comments and information were helpful. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, who else on the applicant side? Okay, Worded, you're back. Would you like to continue on?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners and Madam Chair, we wanted to discuss condition 13 with you guys if now is the right time.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. So as it is written, first I want to provide an update on what's going on the wildlife front. So avian, eagle, and bat studies were initiated back in 2010 as we mentioned in the staff, as Bob mentioned in the staff report, and Billy reinforced that we've been studying this site for 10 years now. We completed avian, eagle, and bat studies in 2010, and they're still ongoing. Our wildlife site evaluation report was completed in February 2020 when we met with Arizona Game and Fish and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in April of 2020. Final wildlife study plan was vetted with both the agencies in August 2020. And our post-construction monitoring plans will follow those guidelines, the guidelines of both the agencies. we respectfully ask to modify the condition to add the following. Follow the guidelines to the extent practical, and the sentence as written at the time of pre-construction surveys are started or at project approval, whichever is earlier. And to change the word approved by the agencies and wildlife planner to coordinate. And our rationale for this is the way it is written, it is too open-ended, and it will pose a challenge when we go ahead and finance this project. Our financiers will have a problem financing our project and providing us funding to go ahead and build the project, because we cannot assess the level of risk with the condition being so open-ended. As currently written, it will be approved by, so when it says approved by the agencies and the wildlife planner, the agencies typically can't approve the plans, they can coordinate on them. So that's why we request that it be amended to the last bullet there where we mentioned our proposal. So I'm going to stop there and take any comments or questions that you have.
Well, this is Commissioner Best, and I've been looking at these same conditions, interestingly. And so since you asked, I guess I'll start to say what I wanted to say. Back in, I've been around since Perrin's Ranch. And back in those days, which is, we were probably working on this about a decade ago or 11 years ago. The first thing, the first iteration of this issue at Perrin's Ranch set up two things really. We got recommendations from Arizona Game and Fish, and those were to be followed, and there were 10 different things to do. And then a technical advisory committee was formed. And that was to include Fish and Wildlife, Game and Fish, NAU, Audubon Society, Coconino County, landowners. And it said a post-construction habitat restoration plan should be developed in coordination with the technical advisory committee. So that was Perrin's Ranch. That was the first go round. The second go round was Chevelon Butte. And so we asked Game and Fish in particular, and Fish and Wildlife, when we were working on Chevelon Butte, what did we learn from Perrin's Ranch? And what I got out of that conversation was that the technical advisory committee did meet and function, but there was a lack of clarity about who exactly could make decisions, because decisions have costs. And so at Chevelon Butte, we tried to make it more clear that Arizona Game and Fish would have the power to make decisions when necessary, when wildlife was at risk. And at the end of the condition, it says the plan may include turbine cut-in speed alterations when necessary. I think that ethic has been followed through on the Rio, the ordinance we're working on now, renewable energy ordinance, that Game and Fish has the responsibility to monitor the situation for wildlife over time. And and recommend corrective measures as necessary. And one of the things we want to be doing, of course, is learning, and this is completely consistent with what Mr. Cordasco just said. We want to learn how to do this. We want renewable energy, and we want it to be consistent with the other values that the county comprehensive plan represents, in particular wildlife and plant conservation. So I understand the conflict here, and I don't have a particular answer right now to your request personally. I'd like to hear more from other commissioners. To the extent practicable is a generalization. Does that mean that if one thing we know is that is that wildlife and plants are going to be dynamic, things are going to change. We're in the middle of a drought despite a dry summer. Wildlife populations can shift their location, all kinds of things can change, and we want to be able to respond to that in a real way. So does that mean that you would, if we find there are bats out there and we're killing them, does that mean that extent practical? Does that mean that we would turn off wind towers at certain times because we knew bats were coming through? I guess more of an expansion of what that means would help me. And I hope that wasn't too long-winded, but that's what I wanted to say anyway. And I do have a couple of proposed changes to conditions, but in all honesty, they don't make them easier. One is a quote from the Renewable Energy Ordinance as currently written, which of course is just under we're still working on it, but it says modification of facility maintenance and operations may be required based upon monitoring reports. So if you could tell us what would make you comfortable balancing these values of energy production, making investors happy, and keeping flexibility as we deal with changing conditions in our plant and animal environment, that would help. That would help me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to invite my environmental manager, Eric Koster, to answer your concerns and your questions. So, Eric.
Eric Koster with NextEra Energy. I'm going to do my best to answer this, but feel free to ask follow-up questions. So we are in the process of developing our bird and bat conservation strategy based on the Game and Fish guidelines and Fish and Wildlife Service guidelines. So that's where we're at right now. We're committed to following those guidelines. As far as the comment about having operational changes like cut-in speeds or turning off turbines, that becomes really problematic because our financiers, there's no way for them to know if we're going to meet our obligations under our contracts. So having those kinds of conditions are really challenging. What we commit to in our bird and bat conservation strategy is to evaluate impacts, share those with the agencies, and work with them if there are issues that have come up. So that's sort of how the framework is done, and that's pretty typical across industry across the country. I will also say that the project's near Perrin Ranch. We've studied that a lot. There haven't been any significant fines from that. We were below all the modeled thresholds and all the expectations. We wouldn't expect anything different here. So we're expecting that it's going to be a fairly low risk site for wildlife. So I don't know if that answered your question, but.
This is Chair Ontiveros, and I think that I understand Commissioner Best's question, and I think I understand your answer. And if I may, I am reading actually page 15 of the staff report. I'm reading the energy goal policy number 18. And the last sentence of that says, well, it just says the county encourages utility scale renewable energy projects that engage in innovative research and operational procedures that are consistent with current best practices and scientific knowledge. These may include the use of radar activated lighting, wildlife study designs that include off-project comparison sites, turbine curtailment during migratory periods. Now, did I understand you correctly that you don't want to have that kind of language written in, specifically like turbine curtailment, because investors might get uneasy if you had to turn them off if it was some kind of a migratory bird issue?
Right. So if we have operational changes like that, that actually affects our ability to produce energy, obviously. And then we can't meet our contractual obligations for our contracts. So that becomes really problematic, especially on projects like this that are considered to be pretty low risk. Those you usually see changes in operations on super high risk sites. So yes, I would say that that's something that would make it very difficult for this project to move forward.
Okay, so if this commission is being, if you are convincing this commission that this is a really low level site for any kind of impacts like that, could you not also convince the investors that, hey, I know that this condition is written in there, but don't worry about it because it's not going to happen?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think investors think of it that way. It's very black and white for them. So if it's on paper, we can say whatever we want, but it makes it very challenging. So I can say, like we've been pointing out, we've been studying this site for 10 years, and actually the original CO bar that used to be called the CO bar project, it was slightly different, and we've moved it over the years as we find more and more data. So this site is more than 4 miles from any known eagle nest. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife guidance is to have a 2-mile buffer, so we're more than double the distance away from those nests. So we've really worked hard over the last 10 years to site this project in the best way possible.
Okay, so I'm going to drill down a little bit on the proposed requested condition.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm understanding you correctly, because you're using the benchmark of what is it, pre-construction surveys, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say something changes, because this is a 30-40 year time thing here, okay, with 30 years. Let's say something changes within that time, and we realize that something else is going on there, and that if we don't mitigate some way, somehow, we're really going to hurt something.
Sure.
See, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that this whole thing is kind of a fluid situation as we're learning, as we're growing, as we're going. And to benchmark it and lock it at a certain point while we're still saying, hey, we need post-construction surveys. We're trying to learn here. And I think what troubles me is that if we're saying, let's do these studies to learn, and then if we in fact do learn something, we have locked ourselves into a benchmark where we can no longer change it, even if it is to the detriment of an avian species or a wildlife species.
Sure.
Am I correct in my understanding of that?
So maybe I should clarify. So we do have long-term monitoring built into that plan with management and adaptive management and mitigation. So we're not saying that we wouldn't mitigate or do things to address those issues if they come up. We do that on all our projects. We are committed to that. What I'm saying is operational changes are very problematic. So there's lots of ways to mitigate for that. There's different technologies out there that you can install. There's a number of things that you can do. And as we learn more, we're learning more and more mitigation. So we're very open to mitigation. It's just operational changes are problematic. So we're not saying that we would just keep operating as usual and let the problem keep going. It's just we would be looking for other ways to address those issues.
If I may
Okay,
interject.
Yeah, please do.
This is Vice Chairman Walters. What I might suggest here is that we look at wording this, that like Nextera will work with them, we'll work with Arizona Game and Fish Department, U.S. Wildlife Service, the Wildlife Planner, et cetera, to achieve reasonable goals, something like that, you know, that's more goal-based. I understand what you're saying about the operational, and I've been heavily involved for over half my career with large industrial institutions, and I understand the operational effects, and I somewhat understand the investment that's happening here on this. One of my goals here is to have renewable energy. The other goal is to see Babbitt ranches stay intact and not end up like some of the other ranches cut up into 40s and end up being a disaster. So I really want everybody just to step back for a second and think about this in the aspect of goals, what we're trying to meet and how we can get there, and not get locked into wording that's not workable enough with the experts, because we're not the experts. This is just a blink in time for us. We don't get these projects very often. So I'd like to have it worded something like I suggested. That's my input for the moment.
Yeah, and we're definitely open to that. In fact, our plan includes language very similar to that we would work with the agencies to address issues as they're identified, or if they're identified. So that language would be absolutely fine. I should point out also that there is a mechanism already in place that if there were a big issue with avian mortality or something like that, you know, Fish and Wildlife Service has federal authority over those species, so they can come in and do what they need to do. So there is already a mechanism in place for that if there were to be some big problem. So that, you know, that shouldn't be overlooked also.
Okay, that's currently all of the questions that I have, and that was brought about at the suggest that we rework that condition number 13. Why don't you, can Warda come back and complete her presentation, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was all we had. So at this point, we can open it up to any questions or comments that you have.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll go ahead and start. And I'm going to go back to the questions that I asked staff. And I think it was pretty much answered, but I just want to be sure that I'm clear on it. And that was the question that I asked about on page 8. This is of the staff report, page 8, second paragraph, last sentence, where it says that AGFD has indicated that a second year of avian surveys has not been completed, and it is unclear what impacts the turbines would have on the avian species, and if the current site placement of the turbines is the one that would have the least impact on avian species. And my comment is that when the placement is made, it's not like we can just be moving these around. And so I'm wondering, I believe Mr. Short said that the study was going to be completed in December of 2021. So would construction begin after this is done, so you guys know where the placement is the best for this?
That is correct. So we began our Tier 3 avian wildlife studies in January of 2020. Right now, we are on our second year of surveys, which will complete in December of 2021. And this will be 2 full years of surveys that include avian, eagle use count, raptor, eagle nest surveys, fall raptor migration surveys. And our construction is expected to begin in January of 2023. So by that time, we will know all the impacts that our turbines may have.
Okay, so construction is
Eric
going
would
to
like to
start in
add
January.
something as well. Excuse me, Madam Chair. Eric wanted to add something.
Yes, please do.
I just wanted to add that that the surveys that are going on for the next 4 months that are remaining are use count surveys. Those surveys are primarily used to do modeling of estimates for impacts, not looking at individual turbine placement. Those surveys are more based around our helicopter nest surveys and those types of things, which are complete. So the surveys that would primarily be used for siting are complete. It's just those use counts that are getting wrapped up here in the next few months.
Okay, and those are going to be wrapped up in the next few months. That actually answers one of my questions because I wanted to know where we were in the 2-year time frame. We're almost there. We're just short of it. We're 20 months into a 24-year study.
Correct. And we have multiple years prior to that as well. So we just refreshed those by doing another 2 years. So we actually have significantly more than the minimum that's required by the service and game and fish.
Okay, and just to make sure I understand, construction is to start in January 2023, right? Is that what word is said?
January of 23.
That is correct.
Okay, so there would be plenty of time for those studies to come in. And this is really the last question that I have. And it is also found on, it's the one that I actually asked Mr. Short about, and it has to do with the bat roost survey areas. And it says the applicant also briefly discusses bats and indicates there are no known bat roosts within 10 miles of the project area, but also notes that this may be because of a lack of bat roost surveys in the area. And so my question is if this site has been studied for 10 years, why is it that we don't have these studies?
Yeah, it's a good question. So there's specific protocols for bats that we've been following. And so we've been collecting acoustic data throughout the site, which measures sort of the level of use of bats. So if there were a big acoustic signal, that would signal that there could be a roost nearby. And then we would go out and do those searches and look and see if we could find a roost. But because we haven't had any big signals of bat use, it doesn't really trigger that next level to go look for roosts. So I think, when we said there haven't been any roost searches, that's something that Game and Fish often does and researchers do. So there haven't been any of those studies nearby. We've searched in the area and we've looked, kind of through aerial photos and things like that. But the big thing is that acoustic surveys haven't triggered the need to go to that next level. So that's why we don't have that.
Okay, thank you for that, because I didn't realize that one trigger that what triggered the next thing. So that explanation is very helpful to me. That is all of the questions that I have. So I'm going to go ahead and mute at this point. And excuse me, Warda, did you say that your presentation is complete?
That's correct.
That the applicant's presentation is complete?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I would like to ask if any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant at this time. And if so, go ahead and unmute or do a raised hand. And I am not seeing any. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. And at this time, I would like to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case tonight. If so, raise your hand. I'm already seeing some hands go up, or unmute, and I will call on you. And I'm going to just reiterate what I said in the beginning, which is the comments are going to be limited to 3 minutes. And each public participant is only going to get one shot tonight at speaking to the commission. So be sure that you collect all of your thoughts in your presentation, because we're not going to be going back. So with that, Mr. McNeely, I'm going to have you do the timing for me, please. And I'm going to start, I'm actually going to start with an individual named Mickey Crank, who has been unmuted for probably the longest. Mickey, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, I didn't know I was going to be addressed. I was just listening in.
Oh, you don't have to address, no, you certainly do not have to address the commission. If you don't want to, just go ahead and mute your microphone, and I'm going to go ahead and move on to others that do want to address the commission.
Okay, I would like to say one thing, and my address is, I have two addresses, 17638 North Country Club Drive in Sun City, Arizona, and also 8778 South Rim Ranch Road. And it would say Williams, but I'm actually on South Rim Ranch. And I am totally against this. I mean, from our house, where our house sits, you can actually see our house from the pictures. You can see our house on the hill that overlooks, of course, the windmills, the wind turbines, excuse me. But I am totally against it. We sit on our deck and we see golden eagles, and we have bats on our property that fly by every night. And we see all the wildlife, and we've even seen a bald eagle and a couple times. And this would be just terribly, terribly distressing to know that we're right there on the Grand Canyon corridor, one of the 8 wonders of the world. We see tourists coming in. We've helped tourists from time to time on the road, stuck on the road, that come by constantly from all over the world to see this wonderful, pristine countryside, the rugged beauty of the Grand Canyon. And I can't stand to think about it being so commercialized and just, ruining the scenery, the pristine beauty, and of what this is and what this means. It's one of the last beautiful, rugged landscapes, in the country. And I just think it would be a terrible shame to ruin this for something that has not been proven to be that effective in the area with the wind turbines and such. I'm aware of some of the statistics on how valuable they've been. And I think that it would be a terrible, terrible mistake, especially, as I said, the countryside, the wildlife. I can't imagine the irreparable damage that this could do to the landscape, with the trucks coming in and out, with the repairs, with the noise, with the added traffic on Highway 180. I mean, it's already, bad enough in the wintertime when people are trying to get to the Grand Canyon and trying to get to Flagstaff and for the winter sports. I think that this would just tear up the landscape. From our deck, we can already see the ones from the Perrin Ranch and other areas, that those lights flash constantly over, in the area. And almost every one of us from South Rim Ranch, and there are over 500 properties there, would suffer tremendously. And this would be right in all of our views. And we would, I think that, as I said again, the wildlife would really suffer from this. So those are just a few things that I've been thinking of, and I'm so disappointed that they're going to that they want to put it right there in that area, because I think there must be a better places than somewhere where we're right on the verge of the Grand Canyon Junction, which one of the 8 wonders of the world, that bring in people from all over the world to see this area. And I can just imagine how detrimental and how changing that's going to be to the landscape in the entire area. It's going to affect not just the acres that you're using for that, it's going to affect many, thousands and thousands of acres all around the Grand Canyon corridor. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Crank. And if you would go ahead and mute your microphone now, and that is just to keep the audible quality good for this meeting. If you could do that, please, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, certainly.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead. I have a Robert Crank with his hand raised. Mr. Crank, would you like to address the commission tonight?
I would, thank you very much. I just
Name
want
and
to say,
address. Yeah, name and
my name
address
is
first and then proceed.
My name is Robert Crank at 8778 South Rim Ranch Road in Williams, Arizona. I just want to say that after this becomes a reality by some means, the Arizona citizens who live here would have no recourse for their grievances in case there were issues that came up. I believe there should be some commission or board, that's elected by the people to deal with our grievances in the future, and that we wouldn't have to go to the actual company, the power company, or someone like that. The other thing I'd like to say is the damage that's going to be done by these is going to be permanent land damage. I know that there is an area in the contract that says that if it's abandoned, that they will put the land back. But the drawings I've seen say that the towers are over 600 feet high, but none of the drawings tell you how deep they are. So I know there are going to be some large holes, and they're going to be filled with concrete. The water that goes into that concrete is unrecoverable. It's going to be in stone for eternity. And if they ever do have to redeem the land, that's going to be, I think it's permanent damage. I think that concrete is not completely removable. The other thing I'm concerned about is the traffic on the 180. Those solar panels will follow the sun, and the sun, in the evening would be from the west, and the reflection off those panels to the road, as well as most of the wind that comes to this area comes from the west, either southwest or northwest. And they will be also facing the road, and the reflection off those blades in the evening when the sun gets low could be a major distraction for the traffic on the 180. Could cause accidents. If nothing else, people maybe just be wondering to look out there and see what it is. There's no telling what will come from that. So that's a real danger. Also, we're concerned about fire coverage. I haven't heard any reports saying what fire department will be providing services to this area. Before it's permitted, I would ask that the commission would be sure that there is a fire contract in place and the ability to do inspections and that sort of thing. If by some means this thing is actually permitted, the traffic on the 180 could be a major issue here. People going back and forth to the Grand Canyon, they travel to the canyon in the morning, they come home from the canyon in the afternoon, heading to Flagstaff. People who live in this area work in Flagstaff, they're going in the morning to their jobs, they're coming home in the afternoon from their jobs. So if it would be a good idea, I think, to limit traffic on the road for this construction and for the maintenance to certain hours of the day, so not to conflict with the traffic of the community that's trying to move through the area. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crank. Mr. Crank, also, could I ask you to mute your microphone, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And the next individual with a raised hand is Tom Acker. Mr. Acker, if you would please like to address the commission, name and address first, and then proceed with your comments.
Thank you. Yes, this is Tom Acker, and I live at 1605 North Wood Hollow Way here in Flagstaff. I've been involved with wind energy for about 25 years. It's part of my profession at the university. I am a mechanical engineer, and wind energy is one of my areas of expertise, and I sit on the board of the North American Wind Energy Academy. I've seen many, many wind developments over the years in many places across the world, and I look at what is proposed for the BREC project, and what I see is a technically sound project with a great solar resource, a good wind resource, and the batteries are very appropriate for the integration on the grid. I think the project is compatible with the land usage. It's near transmission, and it's going to be financially feasible. So from a technical point of view, I think this is a very good project. Second point I'd like to make is that in addition to having a technically sound project, I think that the ownership is important. And I think in this case, the Babbitt Ranches, and in particular led by Billy Cardasco, has been very environmentally concerned over the years. So I've been in contact with Billy for probably 20 of the 25 years I've been working in wind energy, and I know he's taken a very measured and careful approach and wants to be sure that this is environmentally compatible, and I do believe it is. I do not think it will be severely detrimental to wildlife in any sense. In fact, I think we'll be worse off if we don't get these renewable energy developments. Not that there won't be an impact. Every type of development has impact, and this one will too. However, I think it will not be a significant impact when it comes to wildlife. I also feel that as people drive through northern Arizona and go to the Grand Canyon, what they'll see is our concern for the environment, and that we wish to be compatible in terms of how we use it and generate energy. And so I personally think it's going to be positive in that regard. The Babbitt Ranches have not rushed into this project, and I think they've done a very good job setting it up, which brings me to my third and last point, is that they've selected NextEra Energy Resources as a partner. And NextEra Energy Resources is one of the very best renewable energy development companies in the world. And I think that means this will be a successful project. And I think if this is permitted and built, it'll be a successful, well-run project. And for those reasons, I'm very excited about it, and I'm very much hopeful that you will pass it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Acker. I'm going to ask if there is anyone else in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please raise your hand or unmute so I can see you. And I am not seeing anyone. So at this point, I'm going to close it to the public, and I'm going to open it to commission discussion. And I did neglect to ask the applicant, Warda, one question. Warda, if you could please address the commission. There has been quite a bit of comments related to, this is going to be our area, the energy is going to go somewhere else. And you had made a comment in your presentation about this is homegrown energy right here. Can you speak to where this energy that is going to be homegrown on this project, where that energy will go?
Absolutely. So the transmission line that the project is interconnecting into, it is operated by Arizona Public Service, but it also can offtake with Salt River Project, Tucson Electric Power, LADWP, which is Los Angeles Department of Water Resources, and Nevada Energy Power. As far as Arizona is concerned, we have 3 utilities, SRP, APS, and TEP, who can offtake power from this project. We have not finalized a commercial partner yet, but we plan on delivering this project to Arizona's regional power grid. It's a wholesale project, so the energy is going to be contracted with a utility like APS or SRP or TEP, and then that energy would be distributed to the local distribution power authorities, and through those distribution power authorities, it'll reach the local homes. So NextEra does not control where the electrons are going to go. The electrons are going to go to either one of these 3 utilities grid, and then from there onwards, it will be delivered to the residences. Okay,
thank you for that. Because this had been something that was brought up in the public comments and some of the opposition. And so I really kind of asked that question because I can see that there is quite a bit of public here tonight. And so I think that that offers an explanation and an answer to what may have been outstanding. So thank you very much for that. Now, we're going to go ahead and open it to commission discussion. Commissioner Clifford, you're up first this evening. Would you like to start the discussion, please?
Sure. I'm still up in the air on the bat studies. They say that they're using sound waves and they haven't heard any, and aerial. It's hard to see bats flying in the evening from a helicopter. I'm sure they're out there. I would just like to see more studies, and I'd like to see all of the studies done before we approve this. That's the only issue that I'm coming up with. I had the same thing when I was reading it as you were, Chair Ontiveros, about the studies they didn't seem like they were complete, or they were 10 years old and they weren't updated. So that's the only place that I'm kind of stuck. Other than that, it's going to be a great project. I'm for the project. I'm for renewable energy, and I can make the findings to approve it. I would just like them to continue doing studies, long-term studies, throughout the entire length of time that the project is out there and generating power. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Clifford. Commissioner Williams?
I can make the findings for this project. I think it's much better cited than Perrin. I think the impacts are quite minimal given the scale of it, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the science that has gone into this, and the ethics that have gone into this. I have no doubt that everybody is trying their best, and the future we have before us, we need this, or things are going to be worse. And I just think I can't imagine a project that actually could have as many positives as this one. So I can make the findings and support this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Best?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If Warda could come back up. And Warda, I'm sorry, I don't know your last name, but I'm Sot. You can be Warda, I guess. So the issue of the solar panels and not using weed killer, is that okay with you?
We can work on that with the county, yes.
Okay. Because I think that's consistent with what everybody wants here. We just don't, we want to have as light an impact on the land as we can, considering that we're covering a square mile with solar panels. My dream is, unfortunately, I've seen a video of this, is sheep gambling under solar collectors and eating the grass. I told you about that. So apparently these solar collectors are too short for sheep. And I guess we'll have to look for shorter sheep. Another issue, and I would like to change one thing, is condition 17 says that basically the director can do away with let me see what the language here is. Do away with the periodic reports. There has to be a report, basically an environmental report, done the first year. And then after that, the director can change the time between reports and do away with them. And I would like to say the director may increase the time between these reports not to exceed 5 years. I definitely would like to see an environmental report every 5 years. So that would mean that environmental reports are driven two ways. One is a county report, or a report given to the county as determined by the county every so many years, not to exceed 5 years. And the other is the game and fish language that Warda is asking that we change. And as we did at Chevelon View, that is basically seems to be generated by game and fish as they see fit, based on their published guidelines. So we have environmental reports coming at us from 2 directions. The game and fish obviously would not deal with the plant species and noxious weed control that the county would deal with. I'm a little uncomfortable not getting my sentence in about changing operations based on monitoring reports. But I want this to go forward, and I think it has to go forward. That's where we are. We have to go forward with this. And so I will not try to push that through, and I will count on the applicant to be flexible enough to respond appropriately to environmental challenges, because there will be some, for sure. There always are. I think this actually is farther away from Eagles than Perrins or Chevelon, and that's a good thing. Not so sure about the bats. So that's where I am right now. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. I meant to also ask Warda another question. And this is coming up from the site visit. If you look at condition number 7, when we were talking about the site at the site visit, condition number 7 currently is written that says security fencing. This is the second sentence of that condition. It says security fencing shall be permeable to small animals by leaving a 6-inch gap between the bottom of the fence and the ground. It's going on. Now, I believe that at the site visit, you discussed that this could also be not a good thing, because if we start getting rabbits in there eating chewing on the wires, that this could be a fire hazard. Was number 7, was condition number 7, was that one that you wanted to modify as well?
That's correct, Madam Chair. And we discussed it with Bob Short, and he proposed a different language.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I can't figure out how to raise my hand. I hate to be so.
Oh, it's okay. I don't know either. So
yeah, I'm looking all over and I can't find it. Anyway, if you remember, I did have a slide that addressed condition 7, and it did change the language completely. So.
And so could you please put those conditions back up there? Because we're getting to the end of this now, and I want this to be absolutely right. I don't want anything to slip between the cracks. So I want to be sure that there is no confusion on any of these conditions. So please put that back up.
And can you see that right now, or?
Yes, I can. Okay, so.
Okay.
And give me just a second. Yeah. Okay.
Just read the underlined portion. You'll get the gist.
Got it.
And I'll interject here while you're doing your job, Bob. This is another one. It's kind of hard for me to swallow, but I'll tell you, I don't think you can keep rodents and rabbits out of a square mile, no matter what you do. I've had the experience of burying fences 3 feet deep, chicken wire 3 feet deep, and having prairie dogs just dig down 3 feet and come up the other side. So I think in the long run, the applicant would be better off armoring the wires. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the rabbits won't get in, but in my experience, nature always wins.
And this is Vice Chair Walters. I have to call on Mr. Cordasco on this. I don't know of anything more destructive than a little pack rat. And I don't know how you'd keep those out there. They're a heck of a lot more destructive than a rabbit. So I would think that you'd want to armor those wires as well. But you know, this has been a highly studied area, and the Babbitts are great stewards of the land. So I'm going to defer on this one.
Okay. Okay. Well, there is the recommended changes to conditions number 7. So, and certainly, Commissioner Walters, do you want Mr. Cordasco to address that?
Sorry, I was muted. You know, I think it was just a rhetorical question, but
Okay.
I don't think more to hear is from the area, and I don't know that she's ever had the wonderful experience of dealing with a pack rat. They're destructive little shits.
Yeah.
So that's all I had to say.
Okay.
Commissioner Walters, Mr. Cardasco says he agrees.
Okay. All right. So, as far as the conversation about armoring the wires or the fence, condition number 7 is this is what we've got. So I just want to be sure all the commissioners know that moving forward. Okay. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Commissioner Burton to chime in on the discussion, please.
I don't really have much more to add. I think my fellow commissioners have said anything that has been lingering in my mind, and I can support the project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walters.
So, you know, I've spent a lot of time looking at this and had a lot of discussions about it. My family has been here a very long time as well, and we're old ranching families, and I don't know of a better managed operation than the Babbitt ranches. I've been involved with some of the critter groups, the elk foundations, both of them. In fact, I'm a founding life member of the Arizona Elk Society, and I'm in awe of how the Babbitts manage their properties. And I just have to say, I'm not a huge fan of a 600-foot tower, but I understand the economics of it, and I understand what the drought's done to ranching and how difficult that is. It's a losing proposition, and that's why I'm in awe of how they're able to do this. I totally support this project, and I'm sorry that some of the neighbors of these 500 homes or whatever it is that are built around here to the west are a little disappointed with their views. But I'm more concerned with this ranch being cut up into little 5,000 little pieces. So I totally support it, and I applaud everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walters. And this is Chair Ontiveros, and I would like to take a minute to explain how I reached my decision tonight. I went on the site visit on Friday, August 20, 2021, with 4 of my fellow commissioners, the staff, the applicant, and representatives from SWCA. I read the enormous amount of written material for this case, including emails forwarded after I reviewed the staff report, including the one that came in today. And you know what I just realized? I just skipped over Commissioner Ruggles again. Commissioner Ruggles, I am really sorry about that. It seems that since you got voted planner of the year, I somehow neglected you, and I'm sorry about that. Would you please give your comments before I give mine?
I knew that was going to come back and haunt me here.
Yeah. I'm going to mute now. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I am in total support of this project. Another thing that I would like to say echoes what Commissioner Walters had to say, and sentiments that were expressed relative to Chevelon Butte. Anything that will keep ranches together and functioning like the Babbitt CO bar, the Oaxaca Ranch around Chevelon. It's a part of our heritage. We need to keep it. The idea of seeing this kind of property be broken up into 40-acre ranchettes, the way that I've summarized those to people in the past have been a beat up double wide with a junkyard attached when you do that. I don't want to see that happen. Renewable energy, that's a direction we have to move in. You just cannot deny this. Look at the other options out there. I have very thoroughly in the past. This is the right way to go. And the economics have improved dramatically since this commission sat down and got a presentation from APS some years ago about why solar and wind power was still a little bit on the expensive side for them. That's changed dramatically. So with suggestions made by Commissioner Best, I think, and also with a resolution of the wording for condition number 13, I think that'll get us to where we want to go. And at that point, we should be able to make a motion for approval and seek a vote. That sums it up for me.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Now, I did mean to get your comments before I was going on mine. So I actually want to explain how I came to my decision tonight. Okay.
That's just fine. You're forgiven. No problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. I'm going to restate this. I went on the site visit on Friday, August 20, 2021 with 4 of my fellow commissioners, with staff, with the applicant and representatives from SWCA. I read the enormous amount of written material for this case, including emails forwarded after I reviewed the staff report, even the one that came in today. I have listened to and considered the public comments this evening. I know that I had quite a bit of discussion with Jessica Simmons, our wildlife representative, and the information I received from her about Karen was also very helpful to me. After the site visit and reading, I literally walked away from this to digest the information and give thought to the decision that I had to make. And I finally got a blank piece of paper and I drew a line down the middle and I listed the things I disliked and the things that I liked as I narrowed my analysis. And the things that I disliked include, number 1, although expected to be occasional / rare, one federally listed species, the California condor, may occur within the development area. Number 2, there are 28 species designated as species of greatest conservation need and or protected under the Eagle Act may occur within the development area. Golden eagles may occur within the development area year-round, and bald eagles are expected to be occasional, particularly from December through February. That was 3. Number 4, the site will be visible from 2 scenic resources, specifically Highway 180 and the Arizona Trail. And 6, although limited, there will be visibility to some residents. So those were the things on the dislike list, okay? But the things I like included, there's 2 of them. 1, compliance with the comprehensive plan land use and growth goal number 17. And this project, this development will conserve a working ranch and preserve the unfragmented landscapes. And 2, compliance with the comprehensive plan energy goal number 18 that encourages utility scale renewable energy projects that engage in innovative research and operational procedures that are consistent with current best practices and scientific knowledge. And so after much analysis and being back and forth on my decision, it boiled down to this. Although I am not happy about the viewshed impacts and the wildlife impacts, conserving this working ranch and preserving the unfragmented landscapes outweighed my opposition to this project. And I did not make this decision lightly tonight. So I can make the findings as set forth in staff's analysis of the staff report to approve this project tonight. And I will concur with the other comments made by my fellow commissioners about the exemplary and excellent level that Babbitt Ranches has done, because I also come from a longtime family. I am a third generation Arizona native. And so I am familiar with how these ranches have set the standard of really excellence in the care of the land and the conservation of resources. So that will end my comments. And I believe that we are now, I will add, I do agree with Commissioner, just a couple of other things here, but I agree with Commissioner Best's modification to number 17. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead. Mr. Short, can we pull up all of the conditions right now, please? And I want to get to the changes that were made. And I do want to get to number 17. And I think that Commissioner Best's modification to that, I would like to see that put in there, please.
Commissioner Best, does that work?
We're not seeing it, Mr.
Oh, you're not
Short.
seeing it? Oh.
No, we're still seeing the proposed changes to condition number 7.
Okay.
Bob,
sorry
we're
about
still seeing your PowerPoint. I think what might work best is to pull up your staff report, or where you have like a Word document with all the consolidated, all the conditions.
that. Yeah, I did have that up, but it's not, is it there now?
No, you're gonna have to stop sharing what you're currently sharing and then reshare with your
Apparently
Word
so.
doc.
All right. Sorry, it kind of skipped a beat there. I'm going to try this again. All right, can you see it now?
Yep, we got it.
Okay, good. That's condition 17. And I added,
But my suggestion was to say not to exceed 5 years, period.
Yeah.
okay, and then this part,
Is deleted. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so that is 17. We've gone over condition number 7. And I'm going to ask, okay, so can you please pull up, Mr. Short, condition number 13 as proposed, because I want to know what we're approving here tonight. So the applicant has asked for modification. Can you please pull that up?
Yes, can you see that?
Okay.
And I just want to say for the record that I did vet this actually today through AGFD, and they did indicate it was an appropriate condition. There are obviously ways to change it to make it meet the applicant's needs more. So.
Okay, well, the one that you have, the condition number 13, that you have is not the condition number, is not the modified condition or number 13 that the applicant is asking us for. That's the one I want to see.
Okay.
Because this commission needs to decide what condition number 13 we're going to go with.
And I don't think I have that one except maybe on an email that she sent. I can see if I can find that quickly. All right, let's see if I can do that.
Bob, would you like us to share the screen? We have it pulled up.
Yep. Yes, you can do that.
Okay. Okay, so fellow commissioners, are you comfortable modifying condition number 13 at the request of the applicant?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Best. If this were somewhere else, I might not be, but I know that if the applicant starts messing with Bill Cardasco's real estate in a way he doesn't like, they're gonna hear a lot more from him than they could ever hear from me or us. So I kind of trust the process in this case, and hopefully, this is just one of many coming at us. I know, so hopefully we're going to learn some things here, and maybe someday I'll see those sheep under those solar panels.
Yeah,
But
I think they're going to have to get shorter though, Commissioner Best. Okay. All right. I am also comfortable modifying condition number 13 as requested by the applicant. So Mr. Short, this condition number 13 is going to replace the condition number 13 that you have. And if the other commissioners, I'm going to ask right now, if any of the other commissioners are not comfortable with this, would you please speak now? Commissioner Ruggles, I see you unmuted.
Just to say that I can definitely go with the requested change, so no problem there.
Okay, Commissioner Walters, your thoughts? I see you unmuted.
Well, I just see here a little syntax error, it says whichever is earlier period, that should be a comma. And there, it just makes it read differently.
I know, but I agree. We're going to get it right. So let's put it there right. Did you get that, Mr. Short?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty.
And Madam Chair, I also
Yes.
wanted to make one real, when I was talking to AGFD today, they actually said that the data on the wildlife from Wind Energy Development Arizona on that particular, the guidelines should be dated 2012. So if we could date that 2012 as well, that was the latest.
Oh, yeah. Let's definitely do that. Okay, so I am not seeing any other commissioners unmuting or raising their hand. Oh, wait, Commissioner Williams, you're unmuted.
Okay, isn't that the current additions go after Wildlife Services land-based wind energy guidelines? In the original one, it said land-based wind energy guidelines, or current additions, and shall be approved by. So it seems like that sentence got moved, and I'm just not sure.
Okay, and Warda, can you increase the size of this, please, on your screen? Okay, that's a little better. Okay, Commissioner Williams, is that,
That makes more sense.
okay, let me see.
Yeah, the current additions in the original condition was, I think, referring to the guidelines.
Okay, so that got changed to 2012 and yes, special minor gain. Okay.
That makes more sense to me now.
Oh, okay. And so, does anyone else, this is going to be condition number 13. Do any other commissioners have any problem with modifying it to this? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. So I believe that we are ready to head to a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I apologize. Can I
Oh.
mention one more thing?
Of course.
That condition also has the last sentence that says protocols will be established and renewable energy project maintenance personnel shall be trained in the appropriate handling of injured raptors, as well as for contacting appropriate raptor rescue organizations and transfer of injured raptors. So I wanted to leave that in as well.
Yes, so that's, yes, and that sentence would follow this. Yes, if you want to put that in there, go, yes.
Okay.
And I understood it to be that, but thank you for that clarification in case there was any confusion by anyone else.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so with that, I think we're ready to head to a motion, please.
I'll make a motion that we approve CUP-21-043 with modifications to conditions 7, 13, and 17 as
I'll second that.
by staff.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Williams and a second by Commissioner Walters to approve CUP 21-043 with modifications to condition number 7, condition number 13, and condition number 17 as stated. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
And this is Chair Ontiveros, and I also vote aye. CUP 21-043 is approved. And the final item on our agenda tonight is a call to the public for items not on the agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to address the commission this evening for items not on the agenda? All righty, seeing none, it is 10:01 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. And I'll look for that Friday meeting to give a good send off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here.
Is that for Jess?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I spoke to Jay
Okay.
about that today. I expect Jay to set that up.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, that's all I've got for tonight. So until we meet again.
I
good
thought
night,
it'd be much later tonight. It was 2 a.m. for Perrin Ranch, so this is not.
Gosh, I know.
I know.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a lot later too. I was hoping, I was thinking if we get done with this by midnight, I was going to be happy. So I'm really, really happy. Yeah. And we did a
Well,
good job.
we lucked out with that one withdrawal.
Yeah, that's good.
Probably.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I would have wrapped things up for quite a while with that last, with the withdrawal. So just
Yeah.
be thankful it's not on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
That would have got us to midnight for sure.
Definitely.
That it would have.
All right.
All
Good
right. Good
night,
night,
everybody.
everyone.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
all.
Have a good night.
Good night, all.
Okay, good night, everyone.
Bye.